Live. Hello, everybody, or one of you, or none of you, or just me. Just a little chat, just a little talk, just some thoughts about the Forest Fenn chase. Oh, I'm live on YouTube. Thanks for telling me that. Very nice of you. I suppose I'd better wait till some people come in, otherwise not much point speaking to myself. INFJ, woohoo! Good to see me, thank you. It's good to read you. Why is it good to see me? What have I done? What have I done? And Nikki too, hi, how are you? You must be like that. I get notifications like, and then 3 hours later I find them. I see them. I go, oh, I should have been there. So I just want to do some, not random, I want to talk about some specific things, but it's mainly about why don't people hear what Forrest says, look at what they've done, and make a decision based on that, instead of blindly believing that everything that they've done is correct and the answer is correct. So things like when you find the answer, and this is just paraphrased, but you'll know what it is that Forrest said. Or when you get the answer, when you receive the answer, when you find out what it is, however it was said, you'll think, why didn't I think of that? And the majority of the souls that I hear don't bear that in mind, and therefore deserve another turn. Some of them are so difficult, never in a million years is anybody going to say, why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that soul? Why isn't that a soul that I did? God, that's easy. Why didn't I think of that? I don't hear people saying, when they describe their soul, anything that resemble that statement from Forest Fenn. And yet they say my soul is the correct soul. And it paralyzes me. It numbs me. I don't, I say it to David when we talk. My mind can't take it in. I find it hard to believe that people can't hear that, don't understand that, won't acknowledge it. It's just, I have no way of processing it, because to me, if somebody says that to me, and I had hundreds of souls, if somebody says that to me, when you know the answer, you'll think, why didn't I think of that? I wouldn't offer up a soul that didn't take that into account. And that's the basic premise of the Forest Fenn Thrill of the Chase. It's that simple that you're going to think, why didn't I think of that? And nobody's interested. Nobody wants to bear that in mind when they say, well, the solve is this. You have to be whatever a high IQ is, 100 and something. You have to be 100 and something IQ to understand my soul. Not my soul. The statement of these people that are solvers. You have to be 100 and something IQ to understand my soul. And you have to go through hell to try and think of it. No, sorry, no. That's not what Forest Fenn said. So All of these difficult solves, and I've had many difficult solves. How can they be correct? How is it possible? It's not possible. And that's what I work on. It's difficult but not impossible. And they're impossible. It's like that's impossible. I would not pick a solve like that to be the solve that Forrest says. When you hear it, you'll think, what I think of that. It's beyond belief that people choose to ignore the statements of Forrest in favour of the solve that they spent, I don't know, we've been going for 14, 15 years. So a solve they spent, however long they've been on, 5 years, 2 years, 10 years, however long they spent doing the solve. They would rather believe that their solve is correct because it was difficult to do, took them a long time, and they'd rather believe that that's the correct solve than the solve that Forrest said. When you hear it, when you're told it, whatever the statement is, you'll think, well, no, I think of that. And this is a chest I'm talking about. People seem to forget. Start from the beginning. Forrest only needed the poem. Even drive to the first clue might not mean what you think it is, but Forrest only needed the poem, but he needed a vehicle for the poem. And the book is a fly. So he put the poem in a book, but he didn't need the book. That was just a place to put the poem in. So all you needed was the poem. Take away the book. Take it away. Ignore the book. Ignore all the information you get from the book that you can. Well, I took that to mean, no bias there. I think Forrest meant this. No bias there. So take away the book. Take it away. Ignore the book. Because all you need is the poem. How does your soul stack up? You take away everything that Forrest wrote in the book. Take it away. You don't need it. If you take away everything that Forrest wrote in the book, how does your soul stack up? It doesn't. Because you didn't solve it using the poem. And people say, yeah, I did. I took this from the book and I brought it to the poem. No, you didn't. What you did was took stuff from the book that made a solve to the poem. The poem didn't tell you what the answer was. The book told you what the answer was. And Forrest said that wouldn't happen. You're making the book tell you what the answer is. That's wrong. It's only supposed to help you with the answers or the clues that you get from the poem. It's not supposed to be the answer. So you're using the answer in the book to be your answer to a clue in the poem. That doesn't seem right to me. Tigger, hey. Hey, Eminem. Melinda too. Glenna. What's this? Girls only night tonight. Are you all out on a girls' night out? Not that I'm complaining, Haven't been in a room with this many girls in a long time. I need the map he gave him too far to walk. Again, though, Glenna, all you needed was a poem. So too far to walk, once in a while, once upon a while, once upon a while. You didn't need. What I'm trying to say is get down to the bare bones of it You only needed the poem. And the poem had to, there is no doubt that the poem had to give you the answer. Not an answer that you had to work, not an answer that you had to come up with. You can't come up with the answer, the poem has to give you the answer. So all the words in the poem must be able to tell you in one way, shape, or form what the answer is. Without any of the books, without any of the interviews, no. You needed the interviews to understand how to solve the poem, so I can't say that. But without the books, Forrest only used the book as a place to put the poem in order to get it out there. He didn't need the book to do the thrill of the chase, although, it's obviously going to help in some way, shape, or form. Clues and hints are in the book, so yes. But the clues are in the poem, so they will be in the book. There are no clues. There are no clues in the book other than in the poem. But there are hints in the book that will help you with the clues in the poem. So you had to unravel the clues in the poem on their own, or you could use the hints in the book to help you unravel the clues. Now, even that word unravel is telling you something. You're manipulating his word. What? No, his words were Forest words. You only need the poem. All you need is the poem. How is that manipulating anything? All you need is the poem. And then it went to a good map, torch, gloves, those sort of things. But in the initial instance, you only needed the poem. So therefore, anything else that you use, although it may be there to help you, is potentially making you come up with an answer that cannot be correct. The poem has to give you the answer. It has to, because if that's all you need, that's all you need. Now, if that is all you need, and Forrest says, when you find out what the answer is, you're going to say, why didn't I think of that? And remember, this is for the chest, not for the secret treasure, not for anything else. This is for the chest. Why didn't I think of that? So it has to be that simple. And doesn't necessarily need the book. And those are Forrest words, not mine. Forrest says you only need the poem. So you only need the poem. Which means you don't need to use Too Far to Walk, Once in a While, or The Thrill of the Chase. You don't need to use them. So therefore, without that information, you should be able to solve the poem. Using the other information that Forrest gave about how to solve the poem. Hey Kiwi, how's it going? The poem gave me the answers to where Forrest had been. Oh, you trying to find out where Forrest had been? Yes, there are. I don't know what that means. I know what it means, but I don't know what it's in relation to. I'm trying to get it down to the bare basics of why people don't hear what Forest Fenn said. He said, when you find out what just paraphrase, but this is what he said, in the sense that when you find out what it is, you're going to say, why didn't I think of that? And I don't hear solves that make me say, God, why didn't I think of that? So, and I don't know why people don't ask themselves that question. Hang on, is my solve a bit too complicated? Is my solve a bit too individual? Is my solve too much specialized knowledge? Is my solve, those sort of things? What if? It is almost impossible to solve it without certain things. Interviews and that and phone. I need everything. I'm not sure at all. Give me a sec. Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying what Forrest said was, all you need is the poem. And he said, a redneck, 12 kids, and he said, show the poem to a child. And he said all these things that said, the answer is really simple. If you think of the what ifs, if you shift, drift, and adjust, if you move with confidence, if you, all those things. I find most info from Forest to be beneficial in one way, shape, or form. So throughout the chase, again, it's just my opinion. Throughout the chase, Forrest was telling us how to solve the poem and was giving us the answers that we needed to confirm, as confirmers, that we're on the right track. Now, anybody, and it's hard to believe that people don't hear, anybody who does not understand what is happening in the chase cannot be the solver. And that is just simple fact. If you do not understand what is happening in the chase, you cannot be the solver. Because everything that Forrest did was to aid that person. Everything that he did. It was for the finder, not the seeker. Everything that Forrest did was to tell whoever was going to solve this, A, that they'd solved it, B, that they were on the right track. No. A, that they were on the right track, B, that they solved it. So if you could understand what Forrest was saying, if you could understand all about Jack and everything else that's going on in the chase, then there's every possibility that you are the finder. But if you have no idea what's happening in the chase, you don't know what the fun and answers could be, you have no idea what Shiloh could say, you have no idea what's happening with Jack, you don't understand Puerto Rico. If you don't understand any of that, you're not the finder or the solver. It's impossible for that to be the case because Forrest was trying to help the person solve it. So therefore, you should understand everything that Forrest said, all of those statements that he made, why he made those statements and what they refer to. And I don't get that from people. I don't hear people telling me that they know what's going on, which means how can you be a solver then? Because Forrest is told from the start of the chase to present day what is happening in the chase. And last night, what are your thoughts? Try to solve this pain. Yeah, definitely. I think it doesn't matter whether you're smart or not. That's the beauty of it. This was not about somebody being smart. I'm not smart. I am not smart. I don't think I'm smart. But I do listen. I do take things in. And I don't think you had to be smart. I think you had to listen. I think you had to believe in the person that did this for a start. You had to try to work out, you have to try and understand Forest for a start. There's lots of starts. Jumpstart the learning curve. You could not begin this chase. So I was talking to Davey today, yesterday, whatever. The people in the thrill of the chase are playing a different game. So if it was a game of football, you're playing on one pitch and the thrill of the chase is being played on another pitch. And there are no players and no spectators in the real thrill of the chase. And you're all playing against yourselves on a totally different pitch, and all trying to be the winner of a game that has nothing to do with the thrill of the chase. And that to me is crazy. Absolutely crazy. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't understand why you want to beat each other. I don't understand why you're playing a totally different game that was offered. It just, none of it makes sense. But the thrill of the chase is being played on one pitch, and everybody else is playing on another pitch, and claiming that they're the winner of that game, thinking they're playing the thrill of the chase, and they're not. And they can't be. And it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make no sense at all. It's not impossible. Well, it never was supposed to be impossible. And that's why I think some of the solves can't be correct. Hey, Rob. Forrest said it was difficult, but not impossible. So it has to be possible. The poem has to be possible. The thrill of the chase has to be possible. But what people aren't taking into account is you can't start playing unless you know warm water's halt. And I don't mean find a warm water's halt to start. I mean know it. Absolutely 100% know it. Not be sure that it's the one. Not be positive. Not have a gut feeling. Not think it must be this because of this. I mean know it. I mean be told by the poem, using a little bit of imagination, this is where you start and this is where you end. This is it. You start and end it here. That's it. And you arrive back where you started and you know the place for the first time. Those things don't, I say to David, I can't comprehend. There is no way my brain will believe that the people who claim that they're searching for the Forest Fenn treasure really are searching for the Forest Fenn treasure. I just can't believe it. Because nobody can be that awkward. No one. Or stupid, or whatever you want to call it. Nobody can be. If Forrest says, when you hear what it is, you're going to think, well, I think of that. And these people come up with these crazy, far-fetched, brilliant ideas. It's just, I don't get it. It says you're still wondering. Hey, Davey. Right. I don't, you know that I don't get it, Davey. Forrest gave us the simple truth. And everybody, not everybody, but people make him out to be a liar. They make it out to be a difficult treasure hunt. It was a difficult treasure hunt, but difficult in the sense that they don't understand what's happening. And that shouldn't be the case. If people really looked at their soul in regards to what Forest Fenn said, they would know. They would know. It's not a why didn't I think of that soul? It's not. And this is for a chest. I'm not talking about anything else other than a chest. This is for the chest. You should, with your soul, I just don't get it. I really don't. I can't believe that you're really searching. I just don't believe that you're really searching. I never did. I told Forrest that in an email or however I worded it, but it's just not possible to believe that you're real searchers. Just the statement. I mean, there's loads of statements. There's loads of statements. But that statement, to arrive back where you started and know the place for the first time. There is not a solve that I've heard that arrives back where they started. There's not one. They do 9 clues. They end up miles away from where they started. And that has nothing to do with what Forest Fenn said. Nothing. It's not even that. They're on a totally different playing field, working out their answers to whatever they've made up. And they don't arrive back where they started and know the place for the first time. That is not their solve. It's not a solve that has anything to do with what Forest Fenn said. It has nothing to do with the home of Brown. It has nothing to do with anything that Forrest said. Nothing. And they start at a warm waters halt that they just made up because they believe that's it. It's what they think is warm waters halt. And Forrest says, you won't know you have the right warm waters halt until you have the chest in your hand. And yet they've created a whole solve without the chest in their hands or without understanding that statement. To me, that I can't work it. I find it impossible to believe that you're really searching if you won't take that into account. If you won't take into account it fits on a post-it note. If you won't take into account show the poem to a child. If you won't take into account, you're going to think, why don't I think of that? If you're not taking into account all of those things, I don't know. I just find it hard to believe your real searches. The books are no doubt helpful with hints that, but the problem is the only way you know your hint is correct is if you already know the answer. So they become irrelevant because there are many hints in the thrill of the chase. The poem is vague. So therefore, I'm not saying you're not correct, Nikki, I'm just saying, whatever your thoughts are can take you to any solve because of your thoughts. So you may think that something is a hint, and that might take you to Montana. Somebody else might think something is a hint, and it could take them to New Mexico. Somebody else might think something is a hint, and it could take them to Colorado. The only way you know that your hints are correct is if you already know what the answer is. And that's something that Trusted said, but didn't realize he said it. He basically said, Mara, yes, you have the answer. That's what he basically said. Because he said, and I do the solve in the poem, or we did the solve, me and David, you have to have the words first before you can get the solve. What? Have you just said that I solved the poem, Trusted? What? You have to have the words first. So what he's trying to say was, the only way I can solve the poem is if I know what the answer is already. If I know that Ashley said, found the ice cream, the lid to the ice cream. So I knew the words already, and then I found them in the poem. Now, if I'm saying that we solved the poem, if we solved the poem, we already knew what the answer was to find them in the poem. If that's what you're saying, Trusted, you have to know the words first to find them in the poem. So if I'm finding the answer in the poem, I already know what the answer is because I need the words first. I have the words, I find them in the poem. If the words are the answer and I find them in the poem, then I already knew the answer. And that's the same with the hints. If you know the answer, you can understand what the hints are. If you don't know what the answer is, you can only guess what the hints are because the poem is so vague. So the poem must tell you the answer, and then you can understand why the hints are the hints. And again, could be wrong, but this is simple deep thinking logic. This is trying to think, well, what if you have to have the answer? Somebody's trying to say that, oh, he cheated, the solver cheated, blah, blah, blah. You can't cheat. You have to have the answer. You have to have the answer first in order to find the answer. Or you find the answer in the poem and know that it's the answer because of the hints in the book. However you work it out, the solve has to be the solve. You have to have the solve first before you can understand anything. If you don't have the solve, you don't know anything, which is the same as If you don't have beginning where warm water is hot, you have nothing. You have to have the answer first. You have to know what the answer is before you can find the answer in the poem. You have to know what it is before you can understand it. And you have to, I just find it hard to believe that people say what they say. I really do, because it doesn't make any sense. Hey, Queen, how you doing? Zozo, woohoo! But you see, and that's it. So everybody does the same thing. They read information. I'm not saying you're wrong. Please don't think I'm saying you're wrong. I'm saying that word suspected is not 100% sure. You have to know the answer to find the answer. So if you're suspecting that the waterfall was involved, doesn't mean you're wrong. It just means that that is a biased opinion based on what you've read. And that's the problem with everyone. I think Forrest meant this. I thought Forrest meant that. I took it to mean this. I blah blah. Not Forrest said this and this is what it means. This is why he said it. Just, it's hard to believe that the people that are, I'm not talking to people like Queen and Glenna and those people that are genuinely talking about trying to solve the poem. I'm talking about these people that say they've solved it without taking into account what Forest Fenn said. It's impossible that they've solved it. And I mean impossible. Very, very, very impossible based on the information that Forrest has given us. If you've come up with a solve and nobody, please listen, you have a solve, you've been on the internet, you've told everybody your solve, and no one turned around and said, why didn't I think of that? Which means you can't be the solver. It doesn't get any simpler than that. I just find it hard to believe you're real searchers. It doesn't get any simpler. If I give somebody a solve and they look at me blankly and go, I don't think that's it, then that can't be the solve. And I'll try another one. If nobody has said to you in the last few years, you know what, why didn't I think of that? Your solve ain't correct. And I don't see how you can think it's correct. If nobody says, and nobody has done, why didn't I think of that? And I don't know. I just can't believe you're real searchers, because me personally, if I told somebody to solve and they didn't say to me, bloody hell, Mario, why didn't I think of that? I'd be like, oh, that's not it then. Start again. Seriously, that's how I'd be. If I gave a solve out and you never said to me, Mario, why didn't I think of that? I'd be like, well, that can't be the solve, because Forrest said you would say that. I just don't get it. So I got a friend call. Ooh, well, at least you got friends. Are you talking about me? No, that's what I've just said, Nikki. That's exactly what I've just said. Those people that are all over the YouTube saying that their solve is the correct solve, them are the people I'm talking about. Not the people that are still searching, trying to find answers, or have answers, but aren't shouting and screaming that they're the solver when they're being told, no, it's not you. And Forrest told everybody it wasn't them, with all the information that he came out with. I'm not getting at Street now when I say this. I'm just trying to point out information. Street tried to say that it's not in the sun for most of the day because it's in his head. So the person is in the sun, but it's not, because it's in his head and it's his brain or whatever his thoughts. And it's like, no. If you're in the house, you're not in the sun most of the day. Forrest is talking about a place outside, in the outside world, that is in the sun for most of the day, but the chest is not. How does that translate to you're not even in one of the 4 states, so therefore that solve can't be correct? Because you're not in Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, or Montana. So therefore, your thought cannot be a correct solve in or your mind or your brain or whatever it is that you're saying about that statement about the sun. Forrest is talking about the place, the area where it is huge, but the place, whatever, is small. He's talking about a real place that's in the sun most of the day, but the chest isn't. Not somebody who's stuck in a house and is not in the sun at all. It's like you're trying to make things fit. Your bias is trying to make everything that's been said fit whatever it is you're saying. And it's impossible for it to do that. And it's crazy. And it's hard to believe that you're really searching and they're really the answers that you're giving because they're just crazy, don't make sense answers. You're not even in Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, or Montana. So how can it be your thought that is the correct answer? I'm not in any of those states, and most of the people in the chase aren't in any of those states. So how can it be found in Wyoming? I don't know. Just crazy, crazy. I'm a hermit. I think I'm turning into one as well. But I don't get how people can't use the information that Forrest gives and then be realistic and honest with the interpretation of it. Forrest is definitely talking about a place outside in the United States of America, in one of those 4 states, that is in the sun for most of the day, but the chest is not. Which means it's the same stuff. I'm saying the same stuff. It's in somewhere. That's why it's not in the sun. Wherever it's in is stopping it from being in the sun. That's a simple, logical, way of thinking about it. But it's not because it's in the mind. That's not why you're not in the sun. You're not in the sun because you're in the house, and therefore it's not in the sun at all. And if I don't know, I just don't know. Yeah, I say people that search for a chest rightly search for a chest. I'm not saying that that isn't the case, and they rightly did find a chest, but not the chest, not the chest that Forrest was talking about. And it's impossible for that to be the case, as I've just mentioned, because Forrest made statements. I just said them, you know, if you're not, if you're giving out your solve and nobody's saying to you, why not I think of that? Your solve is not right. It can't be. It can't be. I'm no further forward now than I was 4 or 5 years ago when I sent Forrest that email about just, you know, it's hard to know who's who. And it's hard to believe that those people in the poem are real searchers. It's hard to believe they weren't all just in that interview room in 2003, November 2003, as part of, getting this chase off the ground. It's hard to believe that that's not the case. And that whilst they are searching, they knew Forrest. Just even Bill knows Forrest. Bill knows the answer to some extent, and it's nothing to do with what he's saying. He was asked how he was going to spend the money in one of the interviews. And it's like, oh, he's just basically winding up the person that's asking him with the answer that he's given. It's like, oh man, I don't know. He's a wise one. I just, Rob, I don't see someone like you. I believe someone like Alan Kay. I believe are searching, and I could be wrong to believe that. But I believe the genuine searchers who really want to know what all of this was about. But these other people who can't admit that, well, actually, Forrest did say, when you know what it is, you're going to say, well, I think of that. And my search is nothing like that. My solve is nothing like that. So how can my solve be correct? Because nobody has told me when I gave out my solve, not me, these people that say they're the solver, nobody has said to me, why didn't I think of that? And I have to believe, I believe what Forrest says, and I take into account everything that he has said. And if they can't hear those words that nobody has said to them, why didn't I think of that? That means their solve is incorrect. It can't be right because of what Forrest said. To arrive back where you started has nothing to do with their solve, and yet they believe their solve is correct. And that has nothing to do with what Forest Fenn said. And I just, I cannot believe that they are really searching. They're just content to sit on whatever solve they have. That has nothing to do with, you won't know you have the right where warm water's hot until you have the chest in your hands. You haven't even started. That's crazy. Excuse me. If the chest was found not 9 mile hole, then how do we find the trove the same way? No, the trove is different. See, excuse me, there are no rules for the trove, and that's the difference. And that's why everybody's confused. Clues, rules, whatever. Had to be 8.25 miles north of Santa Fe and had all these things, chest is wet, blah, blah, blah. Even that, people have souls and the chest is not wet. Or did the hot water affect the patina? It has nothing to do with their solve, and yet they're the solver. The trove is totally different. Forrest gave you information how to find the trove, but he didn't put stipulations on it, and he didn't say which was which. So the chest had to be 8.2. People talk about San Lazaro. It's like Forrest said, no, not San Lazaro, not my house, outside of Santa Fe, 8.25 miles. But San Lazaro, even though I don't believe is part of the chase, there are no rules that it can't be San Lazaro for the trove. I don't believe that's the case. But the chest had stipulations, and those had to be taken into account. It's like the New Mexico fishing regulations. There are many places where warm water's hot, and most of them are north of Santa Fe. So why would you even contemplate that being a possible answer if Forrest is saying no, it's not? Most of them are north of Santa Fe. Well, that's 3 more states, which has nothing to do with New Mexico. So Forrest basically said, no, it's not the New Mexico fishing regulations. So don't even bother doing that. And that's what he did, with most souls. If you're walking more than a mile, even that, some people have souls and it's, 3, 4, 5 miles, more than that. And they think they're the solver. And it's like Forrest said, if you walk more than a mile, you're going too far. So your solve can't be more than a mile from warm water's halt to the finish. That's the simple truth. That's not me making stuff up. That's not me twisting anything. That's what Forrest said. If you're walking more than a mile, you're walking too far, because of what Capro said. Now, whether that is put out there because, even if all of these emails that Forrest did and all of these interviews that Forrest did didn't involve anybody, he never got a phone call, he never got an email, he just put the information out to help people and say, if you're walking more than a mile, you've gone too far, meaning anybody who has to solve where warm water halt to where they finish is more than a mile, no, the solve is incorrect. That's not me being horrible. That's not me trying to say you're wrong. That's me just saying, here's what Forrest said, and it means your solve is wrong. I can't help that. I'm not trying to say your solve is wrong. You found a chest. You were supposed to find a chest. But his statement of you're walking too far if your solve is more than a mile means your solve is wrong. That's just a statement. Instead of saying you're walking too far, that's just saying your solve is wrong. I do it to improve my penmanship. I believe in individual stories and the thrill of chase will lead to a jar or a bell. Yes, possible. There are no rules. That's what I say. There are no rules for the other stuff, only for finding a chest. But people aren't interviewed. What interview room? That photo of many of the YouTubers in the room with Forrest. I thought that photo was suspect. Well, right now, I don't have time for the chase. I have to bring people to Jesus. Oh, don't say that. You'll bring street in. We'll have a big conversation about that. It's not been spoken about finding it now only proves the plan to do what Forrest said it would do. So, I was saying to Davey, it hurts me every time I think of it, and it hurt me when I saw it. That Forrest was upset that it was found. And it didn't make sense. So his statement is, oh God, it's gone out of my head. I'm ambivalent. Is it ambivalent? He didn't mind if it was found or not. And then he looked distraught that it was found. I know why the chase has to end when it ends. So even if the trove is found, the chest is found, even if it was found, the chase wouldn't end until it would end. And what Forrest had started would finish. Whoever found it, if they're a half decent person, they would let it play out. They would let it finish. To see Forrest upset because it was found, hurts. Even to think that that was the case. But he made a statement. He didn't care if it was found or wasn't found. And then to see him upset was like, wow. But I hope that Forrest, is happy with how things turned out. Uh-oh. Impossible. I agree, David. I still want to figure it out. I've never had a solve. Now you were trying to find who Forrest was. But the solve is, if you find the doctor, no, if you find Forrest, who Forrest is, who the hairs belong to, then you have a solve. So, if you found who Forrest was, you would have your solve. If the story of Jesus has any truth, he is dead. How would we bring others to a dimension of space or time that you do not know of? I did not walk more than a mile from one water hole, so what? I did not walk more than a mile from one water's hole, so what? I don't know what that's supposed to mean. So what? Oh, you're in the ballpark then, aren't you? But Did you have the chest in your hands, and are you sure that it's warm water's hole? You left us with the comforter. You sound like the starfish ferreted. I thought he said I didn't walk more than a few miles. I don't remember that. He may have said it. I'm not going to say he didn't. I didn't walk more than a few miles. I can't remember that. But people said a lot of stuff that I think, oh, I don't remember that. But he said, and K-Pole back it up, that she said she walked so far, and he said, well, if you're walking more than a mile, you're going too far. So, and I believe, it's not far to walk at all. Don't know the starfish. No, I don't know the starfish. 2.25 miles, Mickey Swan, equals convert poem to Morse code. Convert dots and dashes to 5 and 10, respectively. Add up. 1,300 equals 2.25 miles. Well, I think I did a video when I first started that said too far to walk could be the distance that enabled children to get bus rides, which is about 2 miles in the good old days. So I wouldn't say it was a scientific answer, but that's what it was called. It was too far to walk. It was too far for a child to walk to school, so they would qualify for free bus riding. Too far to walk at the most would be 2 miles, 2.25 miles, if Zozo wants it to be 2.25 miles. And I think even that, is too far for the chest. So anybody with a solve that is outside of the too far to walk for a child going to school, which is a real term. If you're going to use that term, too far to walk, that is a real term to use in that sense. So it's too far to walk was 2 miles, and then you would qualify for a bus ride. No, most searchers didn't complete that task. They didn't try to find Forest. And some people only tried to find Forest, and some people only tried to find out about the chest. Some didn't try and solve the poem. Only one did. Steve Klein. Hey, how are you, Steve? BA star. Oh, not BA Baracus. BA star. Up, up, down, down. To the left, to the right. Slide to the left, slide to the right. Crisscross. Oh, you missed the crisscross, Steve. It's good to read you. Do you accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, Davy B? I'm guessing on the percentage. Yeah, I think unlike most people, it's better to keep your beliefs hidden. There is a bus. If you wanted to use that as a true, it's a true statement. It's a real statement of too far to walk. And it would have been a statement that Forest Fenn knew when he was a child going to school. He would 100% know that children living more than 2 miles away from school get a ride on the bus because it was too far to walk. This little light of mine. Now, Zozo. There's nothing wrong with giving everybody respect. It doesn't. If you choose not to believe the information that Tigger or anyone else has, then you choose not to believe it and say, I don't believe that. That's it. But you're trying to convert Davy against, someone else. That's, I don't know. Yes, everybody should be given respect. It doesn't matter what they believe. It's a bit like those people who won't respect me for having faith in Forest. I'm allowed to have faith in Forest if I want to have faith in Forest. Just because you don't believe that this was an honourable, honest thrill of the chase, not you, whoever doesn't believe it, doesn't mean to say that I shouldn't, have faith in that man. And that's very possible. And you're not the only one, Tigger. You know, I don't want to get into the what's the names of it, so I'm not going to. Why can't we give respect to anyone regardless? Yes, 100% Nikki. Why can't we give respect to anyone regardless of their beliefs or opinions? I mean, if they are respectful to you, why not? 100%. And there is nothing wrong with being respectful to somebody, even if you don't like what it is they believe. Not just that you don't believe it, but even if you don't like it, your opinion shouldn't be a stumbling block to just showing somebody respect or liking somebody just because they believe something that you don't like. That would be like not showing them respect because they eat garlic in their food and you don't like garlic, so you should, you think that you should be disrespectful to them or that you should not like them because they don't like what you like. It's crazy. No, not Billy. Billy's seen nothing. So the way I see it is don't try to convince others of your beliefs. You remain strong in your own beliefs. That's it. Whatever anybody else believes, that is up to them. Now, I know that part of it is you have to spread the word. But once the word is spread, if that person doesn't want to hear, that's the end of it. Yeah, but you can still be respectful. You don't have to be disrespectful just because they don't accept the facts. You can have a disagreement with somebody without being disrespectful. You can have a debate with someone without being argumentative. The fact that there is no common ground means you will never agree. So then you get to the point where you agree to disagree and you choose another topic. You don't become disrespectful or hate the person. There's no point in that. It's just like the chase, though, isn't it? Only Forrest knows the answer, and everybody's calling everybody wrong. Eh? What? Nobody knows the answer. No one really knows the answer. They have what they think is the answer, and they have arguments with other people. That doesn't make sense to me. What's the point of arguing? Who is who is right or wrong if you don't know what the answer is? If the question was two and two, what is two and two, and you didn't know what the answer was, why are you saying the other person is wrong? That to me makes no sense. As most of the chase makes no sense to me. These are simple statements, simple truths. You don't know what the answer is. You only think you know what the answer is. So how can you say anybody else is wrong? Absolutely no sense. None at all. Street was arguing with Barbara about I'm the finder and I'm the solver. It's like, what? You're claiming one thing, the You're claiming another, and you're having an argument about who's right. And it's like you're claiming different things. So just agree that you're the solver, you're the fine, and that's it. And I just don't get it. I don't get why these arguments exist. I don't know what is a lie. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't know what is a lie and what is not a lie. How do I know which one is the truth? I wasn't there. I don't know the answer. And I don't know that other people know the answer. So I don't know if it's a lie or not. So if someone doesn't know the truth, then you can be disrespectful and forever lose an opportunity to give the facts as you see them and possibly help them to see the truth. Well, your truth anyway. And that's just it. That's exactly it. And that's the same as no one has respected me for believing that making a dream come true is a very special spot to Forest. Well, probably no one has said it, but they respect it, or some would. I respect that. I'm not going to say, oh, I respect that, Street. You know, that's no different, than the Martin Luther King. I have a dream. The can we all just get along? I wish that was part of what Forrest wanted, but that ain't never going to happen, is it? I too believe in some entity or godlike being, just not in this dimension. And there you go. So you're lying, Zozo. I don't know if you're lying or not, so I can't argue. More bees with honey, sweetie. To praise any unknown godlike being is a distraction to progression of society. Hmm. You don't do that with other mythological beings. Why this one? Well, if I remember correctly, didn't Perseus see the end of the gods? All of those gods that they had, Zeus, the devil, Hades, they were all killed in that war with Kronos, the first, not the first god. Chaos was the first god, and Kronos was the son of Chaos, I think, who was the father of whatever, the father of Zeus, or Jupiter, or whatever you want to call these different gods. But Perseus, who fought the Minotaur and did all that stuff, saw the end of the many gods, and that's probably why we only got one. But Hades was already the god of the underworld. So where did the devil come from if Hades had already died? You know, and therefore all of these things could be true, it could be lies, I don't know. So I have to believe what I want to believe and not try to, believe any other stuff. Terrible things are going to happen. So. Yeah, terrible things are definitely going to really. You've never respected that. That's the one thing I do respect. That Forrest, had a dream, and I don't know if you heard me saying it. I was upset when Forrest thought that his dream wasn't going to come true. Um, the treasure was found. That what he was trying to do wasn't going to happen. That's the impression that I got when I saw him. And that was very, upset me. If you need to know the answer before you find it in the poem, how do you get there? And that's it. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. You you're believing what people say, that I need the words before I can find the words. No, I don't. That's exactly it, Queen. Don't believe what they're saying, that I need the words first to find the answer. You find the answer in the poem and you confirm it. You don't need the words to find the words. You can find the words without knowing the answer already. But once you know the answer, Once you know the words, you can find all the other information. So it does help having a baseline. Baseline. I'm trying to think of synonyms now. It does help to have a baseline. You have to know the answer. What I was trying to get at was people were saying that the solver cheated. You can't cheat. It's impossible to cheat. You have to already know the answer. You have to already know the answer. You find the answer and you know the answer. You can't cheat the answer. You have to find the answer. Forrest said there are no shortcuts. The only shortcut there is in the poem. To find the answer of how to get the shortcut. But the shortcut doesn't help you. The shortcut doesn't help you find the answer. The shortcut helps you understand why Forrest said there are no shortcuts. God, that's confusing. Mythological. But that's what everybody believed. There were many gods, and these gods came to Earth. So, and begat children. If you want to sell me a dream, then make sure it is a dream you can believe in and that it's affordable. Believe positive things will happen. Was it oh, wow, you lot are going quick, aren't you? Was it a horror dream, a romance dream, or adventure dream, a war dream? What sort of dream was it, Street? It has to be exact. It's all in the poem. It all is in the poem. I don't know why people don't believe it. I don't know why people aren't interested in it. I don't know why they can't see that there's a map. I don't know why that they can't. There's just so much. It's like you don't want to see it. Like you're not really searching or really trying to understand or really believe in the positive, and positive things will happen. Find a hidden treasure chest is not a dream to believe in. No, no, which is what I've been saying all along. It wasn't about a treasure chest. Then the respect will come once they realize this simple step. Many upon many will prove me correct. Hey, Mama Q. Good afternoon. It is 41, not 42. But yes, good afternoon. It is morning for me now, or is it evening there? It is just early morning now. If Forrest had a dream to hide a treasure chest, and I had a dream to find a treasure chest, it was meant for our dreams to cross. X marks the spot. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know if you heard. No one has told me or anybody their solve, and they said, "Oh, why didn't I think of that?" Which means, seriously means, your solve is incorrect in the eyes of Forest Fenn, because that was his statement. When you find out the answer, or whatever the correct wording is, when you find out what it is, you're going to say, "Why didn't I think of that?" And nobody's saying that to anybody's solve. They're all coming out with all these wonderful solves, and nobody goes, "Oh, why didn't I think of that?" So therefore, seriously, just think for a little bit. Your solve is incorrect. Has to be. Because nobody's saying, "Why didn't I think of that?" They're not saying it. So your solve can't be correct. Or you're saying Forrest Fenn is a liar. Your solve cannot be correct because people aren't saying, "Oh, why didn't I think of that?" Or your solve can't be correct because you haven't got the chest in your hands. And Forrest says you won't know you have the correct warm water salt unless you have the chest in your hands, or until you have the chest in your hands. So again, solve must be wrong. And there are many instances where Forrest has made those statements that says, "You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong." you're wrong, and you're wrong. And those are simple statements to tell people their solve is incorrect. And nobody wants to look at themselves and go, hang on a minute, yeah, so Forrest said that. And nobody has said, wow, why not I think of that? That's a simple solve. I get it. I don't get it. You can't be lukewarm or he will not know you. And the major bird in the last. Yes. Have you said something there? Hang on. Have you said something there in synonyms, Queen? Like, have you made a statement just with synonyms? Burke is a canopy as well. Oh, you know. In the last forest, yes. It was found reporting to Major Forest Burke Fenn. That's what the statement is. Under a canopy of stars in the lush forest is vegetation. That's how it's found. Somebody told Forrest where it was, what it was, where it was, how it was. Well, if you believe in a God that, I don't know if I want to read those things. I've never seen, heard from, neither of you. Please stop. I'm not believing. Jesus was saying things like, you says it, so you should follow him, not the religions of the world. I'm not sure what Forrest's intent was, but I'm sure thankful for my experience. It's been fun, adventurous, educational, friendships made along. Well done, Mammoth. Yes, 100%. And I still think, it can be. I don't get this. I really don't get it. Why people are falling out and they don't know what the answer is. How can you have an argument with somebody? How can you have an argument with somebody if you don't know what the answer is yourself? You can't say someone is wrong and you don't know what the answer is. You only know what you think the answer is, but you don't know what the answer is. I don't get it. You once said you understand why I tell the story of waking up from a dream and find the answer to the poem. What do you understand about my story? You once said you understand why. I said I understand it. No, you once said you understand why I tell the story of waking up from a dream. Well, the only things I understand about those things are that they're possible. There is no story to it that I see. It's something that you tell me. So, you know, Zozo's just touched on some of it. Think positive, and positive things will happen. Those people remote viewing, you know, and other big words that I can't think of at the moment. It's possible for those things to happen. Davey has the same experience or similar experience. So I understand that people do have those moments. How that is in the thrill of the chase, I don't know. But I understand that those things happen. But I don't understand what you want about your story. I understand that what you say in regard to that is a possible thing that happens because you're not the only person that's said it. You're not strong enough in your beliefs. Can you make the blind see, make the crippled walk? So telling me my 30 years. Researching religions is not enough. Oh, I don't understand why you have to argue these things. Why is a belief in Jesus such a threat to those who believe something else? Therefore, people who believe in other religions to me. Yeah, this. Why can't we all just get along? I don't see any distinction. Obviously, there's a distinction, but I don't see you having the same argument, but you're just calling them different names. Somebody's calling them aliens, somebody's calling them angels, and they're talking about the same thing, or could be talking about the same thing. So why are you arguing about it? You want to call them aliens, you want to call them angels. That's it. But you believe in the same thing. Something up there, someone up there is affecting us down here. You believe in the same thing, so agree with that and carry on. Stop arguing about it. Or you believe in quantum singularities and, I don't know, alternate universes and whatever else. But ultimately, you all agree, all of you, whatever religion it is, it doesn't matter. It absolutely doesn't matter. I don't get it. It doesn't matter. Up there, down there, most of the religions say the same thing. Somebody up there is affecting us down here. Doesn't matter what you call him or her. However it is, you all agree with the same thing, whether they're in a flying saucer or whether they're on a cloud with streets paved with gold. You all believe the same thing. Stop arguing about it. It's crazy. You all believe the same thing. Somebody up there affects us down here. That's it. End of story. Or somebody in a different time, space, or continuum, whatever. You believe the same thing. Shut up arguing. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. You all believe the same thing and you're all arguing. It's unreal. Sweet dreams. Those who think crippled and mutated deformities can be corrected. Well, I don't know. I'm not even going to get into it. You just said think positive things and positive things will happen. And then you say it's impossible for somebody to think positively and heal somebody. But what? I don't know. I don't get it. Beliefs in fallacies block human advancement because you think you found what in the poem? I don't know what it is you're trying to say found in the poem. I just don't get why everybody's arguing. You all believe the same thing. Absolutely believe the same thing. 100% believe the same thing. And you call them different names and you're arguing that you're correct. And you don't know the truth. You have faith in what you believe, but you don't know the truth. So you believe what you want to believe, you have your truth, and you carry on. But you're arguing the same thing. There's someone up there, something up there, affecting us down here. You all argue the same thing, you just call them different names. You're not religious, you are for religion. I don't get why you can't just let people believe what they want to believe. I just, belief in an unknown entity. But that's no different than believing in an alien or believing in another universe or believing in quantum singularities or believing in anything that hasn't been proven yet. It's no different. It's absolutely no different. Except you want to look at it from a scientific point of view and they want to look at it from a religious point of view. But I can tell you now, they will both come together at some point in time. To live in love is to respect and love everyone. And those strong words for any religion, any religion. I don't know. I don't get it. Forest, do not get into heaven, only God's grace. I'm working on learning English. Next chess. Has to be Queen's English. Has to be the Queen's English. I'm talking about. But that's the same for those people that believe in aliens. Aliens. They haven't met them. and yet they believe in them. So what? They're all right. Your listening skills are, aren't they? If I can't remember. The flies. So if the fly is ablaze, were there and a soul, however many flies there were in that box that Ben had, was that how many solutions there were to the thrill of the chase? And Ben buried the solutions or souls or whatever, or the blazes. And if the fly is a blaze and the blaze is the book, then if you've been wise and found the blaze, look quickly down. So if you found the book, look quickly down. What are you looking down at? When you hear what the solve is, you seriously, it's that simple. And it's everything that Forrest said it was, or that he did. Yet you all still believe there was a chest out there because Forrest told you there was. I mean, that takes a bit of faith, even if just. Yes. Um, well, uh, I thought there was a chest out there because I was a greedy son of a bitch, and I wanted there to be a chest out there. But now I truly believe there was one, and where it was, and the other stuff as well. But only through the faith that Forest Fenn was telling us the truth. So yeah, it started blind greed, but then it was no, there's something. He's done something more than that. I don't know who you're talking to there, Nicky. Are you talking to Tigger or are you talking to me? It seems the same stories get retold over and over. History repeats itself. Ooh, Zozo has done some research. I thought nobody knew his name. Not a jot, nor a... I don't get why... Ooh, no. Right. Do you think, Mario, when the truth comes out who Forrest really was, it will all be over? No. the Firstly, the ramifications of Forrest affecting the future will be immense. Still have the bells and the jars. Something in the chest that the finder will like. I took the IOU out because I didn't think my bank would still be there. That's a pretty important statement, or prophetic statement, I would say. So there is a lot to the thrill of the chase. There's a whole lot to the thrill of the chase. If you mean over in the sense that I believe there's two things going on here, maybe more. But if you, it's possible that they just tell you where the chest was, and that's it. The answers to where the chest was, or they could tell you everything about the poem. But that's a lot. Forrest said he had 3 books. I don't know what those 3 books are about. I suppose I could look in the poem and see if it says, but I haven't. And like I said to Forrest, I'm not searching anymore. There's nothing that I need to know, in my opinion. There's nothing that I need to know that will affect what Forrest was trying to do, or will affect everything that is in the thrill of the chase. In our thrill of the chase, not in the thrill of the chase going forward. So I don't need to know anything else other than what's already been said. It will end when something ends the chase. Forrest will have the memory, take the last flight maybe, where the memory has not been, affect the future, keep his secret, somewhere, or secrets will be kept somewhere. Probably hasn't got a cent to his name. Not $50 anyway, or shouldn't have $50. But I suppose at this point in time, I suppose $50 is okay, but going forward, probably not. Don't know if visitors died from that tsunami. Is it collecting the dead soon? Don't know. Bells should be ringing. Well, a week, maybe. Maybe a week. You are confused to go. Fear-based antiquated religions. Well, I think the project is what the trove is, maybe. The 3 books, I'm not sure how Forrest has divvied that up. I'm not sure if one of them is the book that Shiloh's given us. That's something else that I was talking to David about. If Shiloh Old, no disrespect, Shiloh, if ever you see this, if Shiloh Old puts out a book based on him, no one's going to buy it. If Shiloh Old puts a book out based on the Thrill of the Chase, some people might buy it. If Shiloh Old puts a book out based on the Thrill of the Chase but no answers, there ain't going to be many people buying it. So I'm hard pressed, no offense, I'm hard pressed to see why Shiloh is putting out a book that has no answers, maybe no fun. I don't know what the information that's going to be in that book is. But if it's just about Shiloh growing up as the grandson of Forest Fenn and having a wood company, sawmill, whatever. I'm thinking, no, I'm not really up for that. So it's hard to think why, that's the case. Oh, hey, you have no idea. Jesus taught, if you accept the Bible as your truth, it's you will choose the failures and I know we have to argue about religion. There is no way that you're going to convince somebody who believes in Jesus or God or the Bible that they are wrong. That's not going to happen. So why are you even trying to say it? I don't know. I don't know. And if they don't believe in Jesus or God, they're never going to believe unless one day a miracle happens for them. I would buy a book that Shiloh wrote. Yeah, but by saying that, I mean, how many people are going to buy a book that Shiloh wrote? How many people know Shiloh old? And would buy a book because they do know Shiloh? Or would my brother writes books? They're not about himself, and people buy them. But it's not in the millions. He's not going to make, he might do as he carries on. He might even get a Netflix deal. But the market isn't out there for a book by Shiloh Old. It's just not out there. That's not being nasty. That's just being honest. I could be proved wrong. If it's just a book about Shiloh, if it has more, more in it, then that, could be different. But just a book about Shiloh doesn't, you know. I have my doubts about the book we've been told about coming to fruition. Well, it might be information for the finder. Just me and his mother. Oh, it's just. Well, no, don't get me wrong. People would buy the book, but what I'm saying is, it's not going to be 350,000 people. I don't think. Not even going to be, 100,000 people. I don't think. Now, if you're just writing a book for writing a book because you want to write a book, then fair enough. But if you're writing a book because you want it to get out to the masses, then you've got more chance of it going out to the masses if it's about Forest Fenn and the thrill of the chase. That's all I'm saying. Will they? They haven't stopped me yet. I must be more powerful than any. Yeah, that's the big bugbear of Jesus and Christianity. My argument is you can't have these thousands of religions based on one God, or hundreds of religions, however many there is, or 90, however many religions there are on one God. You should have one religion based on the one God. If you have two, then there's something wrong. If you have 10, it's even worse. If you have 50, it's even worse. So you can't have different religions about the same God. He would have only set down one set of rules, one way of following. That's just the truth. That's how it would be. One God would set out one set of rules. Now, the fact that there are Mormons and Pentecostal people and flipping Protestants and Catholics and Roman Catholics, Christians, what? How is that possible? So there can only be the one religion that started it all, and that has to be it. So that would be the seed, not the tree that has all the roots and the trunks and the branches that it became. it would have to be the seed. That would be the religion. The first seed would be the religion. And this tree that it became, of all these different religions, what the heck is that all about? That's impossible. You can't you can't have lots of different religions believing in the same one God with different religions. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't have lots of different religions based on himself. So that bit I don't get. Yeah, and that's pretty much what I'm thinking. I like your Jesus, but those Christians, I'm not so sure about. The and that's the same as what Street's saying. Christians are done some bad things, etc., etc., etc. I believe there is a creator. You all know that. I believe there is a creator. There has to be a creator, someone that created something that creates something, however it works. Because everything is too precise. Now, even if we're in a matrix, even if we are in a matrix, even if this existence isn't real, somebody created it, or something, however you want to call it. So Jesus, Jesus obviously interacted with humans, and whilst that is the word of man, so are the people that interacted with him. Was it Ben Hur or Spartacus? I can't remember which one it was. Those people, Pontius Pilate and all that, those people existed in real life and have been verified. So therefore, the story involving Jesus, it only makes sense to believe that that story is true and that those things may or may not have happened, may or may not have been exaggerated or embellished. But you have to believe that there was a Jesus, and that person talked about his Father being the Father in heaven. So, it's not difficult to believe in Jesus, and therefore it's not difficult to believe in his Father. But how all that comes about, you know, and changes into, hundreds of different religions, I don't know. What is weird though is that Jesus goes to John the Baptist to get baptized. That is weird. And then they kill John the Baptist, which is also weird. Yeah, it's not well. You have to blame humans for that, but people don't. Our history is not what we thought it was. Excuse me. And we've been, throughout our schooling, all of our schooling from years ago, we've been lied to by people of influence and money, and they got that influence and money by knowing certain truths and hid those truths from Joe Public. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. Yeah, see, the Egyptians are important people. People believe that. I don't know why I got into this conversation. It's supposed to be about Forest Fenn, but people believe that the Egyptians made the pyramids. That's impossible. In the sense that they dragged these stones and did this. built the pyramids, but not in the way that people say they did. And they had a better understanding of the God, what's it called? God, principle God, those numbers, whatever, the God numbers. And the metric system, they were doing meters and everything else, and it was a drop of water that gave them the centimeter and blah, 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 blah. Golden ratio and all that stuff. They knew that. All those years ago, those people knew that. But it came to, and they went over the world, sailed in ships, and had these magnifying glasses and all sorts of things. And that's been proved because, there was a wreck in Australia and some writing there. You've got all those pyramids all over the world. And the noses are broke because they were of a dark race. So all the noses on all the statues are broke, so you can't see what sort of noses they are. But the Egyptians were very clever people who didn't do these crazy, stupid, 1,000 people trying to pull a stone block. Now, it's one thing to pull it, but it's another thing to get it in position. These pyramids are exact. If you're going to pull a stone block, that's one thing. But if you're going to try and put it into position, there is no amount of people in the world that will be able to do it. It won't happen. It will not happen. So therefore, just that statement says they didn't do it the way that people said they did it. It's impossible. It's impossible to pull a stone block with thousands of people or bulls or oxen or whatever you want to call them. Pull it to a place, even if you had all these brilliant techniques of making it move, then you had to position it and it had to be perfect. Spot on perfect. No. No. And again, I say it's like the chase. These are simple statements that if you just think, what if? No, it can't happen. It cannot happen. It did not happen the way we were told it happened. Those pyramids were not built that way. And you look at some of the structures around the world that have these supposed stone blocks, and they've got shells in them. Stone blocks don't have shells in them. So basically, they mixed cement, poured it, and that's how they got their bricks, or blocks, or whatever you call it. Now, this was known, I'm calling them Masons, but this knowledge was known and then hidden. So only a select few people knew it, is what I believe. Almost seems like you could have some empathy for the public if they have been short-handed. Now, I don't think Zozo wants you to pray for him because he doesn't believe. Well, again, if the Egyptians traveled around the world, the knowledge we were given away from the metric system, so the feet, inches, blah, 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 is a load of bull. And makes absolutely no sense. There's no perfection to it. These flipping inches, compared to the centimetre of the metre, something to do with the leg. I don't remember what it was. But that was all hidden. And we came up with these stupid, pounds and I don't know. We just lied to, and that's it. These scenes. Billy Carson talks about the missing years. Billy. Oh, some very learned people here between Zozo, Tigger, and Nikki. But that's exactly what I'm saying, though, Zozo. No one is going to believe you if they believe what they believe. That's the whole point. That's no different than a chase. Here's the solve. This is the answer. No, it's not. My solve is the answer. No, it's not. It can't be the answer. And that's how it will go. Yeah, that's another way of saying it, Nikki. No one's going. You're not going to change your beliefs because somebody says your beliefs are wrong. That's stupid. If you do, that's really stupid. And for you to believe that somebody would change their beliefs because you say their beliefs are wrong is stupid. And the information you're quoting, it's crazy going around in circles. The information you're quoting was written by men that you're saying corrupted the information that they have about Jesus in the Bible. So the information you're reading is correct information written by men, and the information they're reading is wrong information written by men. And none of you were there, so none of you can say for sure what the answer is. You can only say for sure what you believe the answer is. So therefore, there's no point in arguing. You know, you can't say that man corrupted all this information and then say, well, I've got information from men and they contradict the information that you're telling me. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, believe what you want to believe and have faith in what you want to have faith in. You know, at the end of the day, you will either know when you leave this world or you won't. That's how I see it. You either have the comfort of knowing that when you leave this world, you know, things are going to be better for you, or you have the comfort of knowing that when you die, there's nothing and it doesn't matter. You won't have to worry about anything. Zozo doesn't read the poem to you. I don't get why you have a discussion about it. I just don't. You would have to show him it in the poem to you, and then he still wouldn't believe that. They don't even believe that it's possible to read it in the poem, let alone that what the poem says is true. And that would again be the same argument that a man wrote it. So the truth is, we're not here accidentally. That's that's more impossible than more than one soul for the Forest Fenn chase. You don't give up, do you, Zozo? You said what you believed in earlier, didn't you? That's why I was talking about, these quantum singularities and alternate universes and whatever else. We all believe what we want. Better than the general public. So everything that we believe is our truth. That's all that matters. That's what I think anyway. You know, why why try to convince somebody else of your own truth? As long as you're happy with your truth, you don't need to justify it to anyone. Well put, Nikki. But I think Forrest is probably laughing his head off at all of this. The Me and Dave have talked about it. Is that there's a lot of religion in the chase, whether you like it or not, and you know, a lot of it is bashing religion. People, not religion, Christianity, bashing Christianity. But the thing is, it doesn't. It will not change anything. What is going to happen will happen, and if you believe it will happen, if you don't believe it will happen, it will still happen. But that is truthful and honest, Ozo. Is it one of those moments where you're going to be happy if you say the last thing? I don't think that Forrest want the thrill of the chase to be an argument about whether there is a God or not. You know, I don't think that's what the thrill of the chase is about. And the statement, "I'm not religious, but I'm the most spiritual man," blah blah blah, whatever it is that he said, is not necessarily what it seems. I find it hard, not hard. I'm going to go from that. Forrest said, "Me wearing the bracelet is your best revenge. If you know what that means, then you probably solved the poem. And if you don't know why he wore it when still having the chest in that photo shoot, video shoot, whatever it was, I don't think you solved the poem." Hey, everyone. Amy, how you doing? The, the simple answer to everyone who says they are the solver is you can't be the solver. Because Forrest said, once you find out what the answer is, you're going to think, why didn't I think of that? Or you're going to say, why didn't I think of that? Whatever it is. And no one, nobody, no one has given out a solve and the community went, oh, why didn't I think of that? So therefore, seriously, the solve is wrong. Whichever solve it is that's been given out has to be wrong. Because Forrest is not a liar, and he's trying to tell whoever the finder is, this is how you understand what it is I did, what it is I'm saying, and you'll understand if you're correct because of the information I've given you. Now, that information says if you give out a solve and you don't yourself think, man, that's simple. Why didn't anybody think of that? That's what you should be thinking with your solve. Why didn't anybody else think of this? And I can assure you that everybody else has thought of what your solve is. 350,000 people, the chances are that there's probably 3 or 4 people that have solved the same solve. or 10 or 20 people that solve the same solve, or 50 and 100 people that solve the same solve. Do you see how that works? You are not the only person to have the solve that you had. You are not the only person to have the solve that you have now. You are the only person that doesn't listen to what Forrest said, that believes that they can still be the solver. That's the only difference. You still believe that you're the solver, ignoring everything that Forrest said. But anybody else who had the solve that you have probably said to themselves, well, actually, nobody thinks, why not I think of that? So it can't be right. Or, actually, I don't know if I've got the right warm water salt because I haven't got the chest in my hand. Or actually, Forrest said, if I told you the hang of brown, you go right straight to it. So other people with the same solve turned around and went, oh, it can't be this solve. So they haven't bothered with it. Then you have to factor in that when it first started, you had scientists working on this. You had professors working on it. All sorts of people that probably had the same sort of solve. And they said, no, that's not it. And they went away. So if simple, it's just simple. If you cannot say that the poem gave you warm waters halt, or begin it where warm waters halt, or whatever it is that you want to say that you needed to have, if you can't say that the poem gave you it, the poem gave you it, not you got it from the book, the poem gave you it. If you can't say that, you didn't solve it. You haven't missed anything. Most of it's been about, whether Jesus exists or whether Christianity is a real religion or whatever. So, oh, there you go. That was an untrue statement unless you knew the additional 7 clues after that one. Now, my statement was untrue, or Forrest was untrue. That was an untrue statement unless you knew the additional 7 clues after that one. If you're saying that Forrest was untrue, then I don't understand that, but I don't know what I said that was untrue. The simple truth is you have to have warm waters halt. That's the simple truth. No, you have to have begin it where warm waters halt. You have to, just ignoring it, I know you're just ignoring it, you have to arrive back where you started and know the place for the first time. That is a requirement, not just a simple statement thrown out there. That is a requirement to solve the poem. And if you don't do that, it's not you. And if you don't know why Forrest said you won't know you have the correct warm waters halt unless you have the chest in your hands, you. There is a simple truth that Forrest gave out that says you will know if you are correct, if you have all of this information. Only if you have all of this information. And the first bit of information is you will arrive back where you started and know the place for the first time. If your solve does not arrive back where you started and knowing the place for the first time, guess what? You failed. That's a simple truth. There is no point for us giving that information. None. Zilch. Nothing. There is no point having that information if it is not the be-all and end-all of the solve. To arrive back where you started and know the place for the first time. And again, Zozo, you're just argumentative, aren't you? You're saying that Forrest was lying. He's not lying. I assure you, the information given from Forest Fenn is corroborated in the answers to the poem. 100%. Everything that is said is relevant and understandable when you know the answer. There is no lie. You must arrive back where you started and know the place for the first time. That's a requirement. You have to have warm waters halt. It's a requirement. Without it, apart from telling you what the answer is, without it, seriously, when Forrest says you have nothing, nothing. Without that, nothing. You are never going to get an answer, ever. If you lived to be 1,000 years old, you would never get an answer. 3,000, 10,000. If you live for all eternity, you would never get the answer to the Forest Fenn poem if you didn't have that sentence nailed down. Ever. I kid you not. Without that, without it, no hope in hell. Ever. Through eternity. If you went through eternity and came back again, if you don't have that and arrive back where you started, never going to get the chest. Ever. Okay, you don't believe me. You don't have to believe me. But the fact that you say that Forrest is lying, that it's a false statement, leads me to believe you're choosing your own thrill of the chase. If I tell you the homeward bound, you cannot go right to the chest. Yes, you can. Absolutely can. Right to the chest. Well, right to where the chest is. Right to where the chest is. In the spot that the chest is, you can go to that spot. Knowing the homeward ground. I want to say more, but I can't. Well, I can, but I'm not going to. Everything that Forrest said is 100% accurate. 100%. There is not a flaw. There is not a flaw in anything that he said. And anybody who believes that Forrest has made a false statement when they find out the answer, which, by the way, as I've just said many times, people are going to say, why didn't I think of that? Nobody's saying it with any soul that is out. Nobody. Which means the solve is wrong. Now, you can say that the statements are false that Forrest made, but I can assure you they're not. There is so much in that poem. It should not exist. Forrest said the poem had to be that way, or whatever the statement is. I don't know. I really don't know how he did it. I just don't know. I have no idea. I can't work it out. But forget what's in the poem. The simple answer for the chest, like what's in the poem, is for affecting the future. What's in the poem is affecting the future. The simple answer to the poem is just the poem that's in the book, The Thrill of the Chase. You can read it, a little bit of imagination, job done. Anybody who has a solve that uses all those 9 clues and goes to different places, I'm telling you now, has to be wrong. Has to be wrong. And it has to be wrong because nobody's going to say, why not I think of that? See how it works? If you've got 9 clues in different locations, nobody in the entire world, in the entire universe, throughout the end of time, is going to think, why didn't I think of those 9 clues? And that is a statement of fact. No one is going to take 9 random clues that you have for a solve and say, why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of 9 random clues? No one is going to say it. It's impossible. It's impossible for anybody to say, oh yeah, why didn't I think of warm water salt? Oh yeah, why didn't I think of taking the canyon down? Oh yeah, why didn't I think of there's no place for the meat? Oh yeah, why didn't I think of... No one's going to say it. It's not going to happen. Ever. Ever. That's simple truth. It has to be something simple. Really simple. Here's the answer. Oh, why didn't I think of that? That's it. Not here's the answer. This is what begin at where warm water salt means. This is what taking the canyon down means. This is what put in below the home ground means. This is what there's no place for the meat means. This is what the end is ever drawing line means. No. No one, please, flipping listen. No one is going to think, why didn't I think of that? For all of those things that you're listing off. It's not going to happen. It's impossible to happen. Nobody. Forrest gives you the information. You should listen to it and go, shit, my soul's wrong. That's what should happen. Shit, my soul's wrong. Forrest said, when you hear it, you're going to think, why don't I think of that? And look what I've had to do to get my soul. All of this. Who the hell's going to think of all of this that I did? That's the whole point. You think it's a great solve because nobody can think of it. You thought of it. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I really don't. And I tell Davey every time, it's like they can't be real searchers, Dave, because no way will you believe a solve that you're the only person that could think of it is the correct solve. Because everybody's supposed to think of it. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? Because it's that simple. Not because it's 9 different places and relates to the Thrill of the Chase book. And you have to know exactly which bit fits to which bit. No one's going to think that. And it's hard to believe you're real searchers. If you think that your solve that is special to you, that you're the only person that could work it out, no. No. It goes against everything Forrest said. It goes against everything Forrest said. So you should just chuck it out, like I did, for over 100 solves. Get a solve, brilliant solve, got to be the one. Oh no, Forrest said this. Get another one. Oh, this is brilliant. No, Forrest said this. Get another one. Oh no. And some of these solves are the same solves that people are talking about. And I've had to go, no, that can't be that. If I tell you that is false. There are no shortcuts. If I tell you the home of ground, no, it doesn't. There are no shortcuts. Negates it. There are no shortcuts to finding the answer. Not there are no shortcuts to the place. There are no shortcuts. You have to have begin it where warm water's halt. No shortcuts. You must start there. Seriously. I would love to tell you. I seriously would love to tell you why all of this information Forrest gave us. There are no shortcuts. You have to start begin it where warm water's halt. You have to start there. No shortcuts. Got to be there. You can't start with the blaze and work back, or you can't, There are wonderful the ultimate home is so normally designed, secure, and one soul's totality you will think you. Yeah, I don't think I'm a genius. I can tell you that now. I think Forrest is more than. I don't think there's a word that can describe how any of that, whatever. Not a word. But no, you don't have to be a genius to listen. You really don't. The little voice in your head. Burn them all, burn them all. That's a little voice in my head. FF had a book of 107 rules. It was about making the alligator mad. Don't make the alligator mad till you cross the river. 109 rules, wasn't it? Thought you had 109. Oh no, I've added 2 rules. Don't make the alligator, got punched on the nose. Don't make the alligator mad till you cross the river. It is you, rational you. You who want to be better. Ego operates to you. There's self-control, all that's giving you choice. Free will. Whee! Nice to see you anyway, funny enough. You say you had a book of 107 rules. Did you say a book? I know you said if one got better, move it to the top. So, for me, that was the Homer Brown. Well, that's a better rule, or a better clue. A rule is a clue. So, I was talking today, we said that the flies might be the solutions. It might be 20 or however many flies there were, might be the solutions or the solves. And the fly is a blaze, and the blaze is a book. No, the fly is a book. So the book might be the blaze. So if you've been wise and found the blaze, look quickly down. So you found the book, look quickly down, what do you see? We are in the end times. They are well underway. Yeah, I think the Earth's screwed. Definitely, absolutely, definitely screwed. The weather's the first, thing to give you a heads up, but then it will be the earthquakes and tsunamis and all the other stuff. Strange things in the sky. Excuse me, the higher hand. And your awareness and life changes well to your welcome. Let's just try and clarify something. Forrest did not say you go right to the chest. Forrest said, if I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it. Could mean, if I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to the Homer Brown. Because you would. If I told you the Walmart store, you go right straight to it. So if I told you where that was, you would go right straight to it. It doesn't mean to say you go right straight to aisle 1 or right straight to aisle 3. It just means you will go right straight to the Walmart store. So that statement, along with there are no shortcuts, being you need warm water salt. You need all of it, but you need warm water salt. You can't just, miss that out and go, you can't find the blaze. Hang on. You could find the blaze. If you knew what the blaze was, then you could find it. But you had to know what the blaze was. You couldn't start with the blaze and work back. So that's the same as saying if you knew the Homer Brown, you could find it. So if you knew the blaze, you'd find it. 100%. There's no doubt in my mind. If you knew what the blaze was, you would find it. And you wouldn't have to search. You'd go right to it. So Forrest could have said that. If I told you what the blaze is, you go right straight to it. And who God knows what you are. It's not who you are, it's who they think you are, and who God knows what you are. But the solver did not go right straight to it. Well, I don't know who the solver is, so I can't answer that. But I can say the solver would have known it's possible to have the chest in your hands if you went straight to it. You won't know you have, so you would know the chest is in your hands if you knew warm water's halt, the chest is in your hands. You would have the chest in your hands. If you knew warm water's halt, you would definitely have the chest in your hands because you know warm water's halt. And the solver did not need to go right straight to it because it wasn't about a chest. So even though you know where the chest is, you don't need to go and get the chest because the chase is not about a chest. The chase is about something much bigger. So a real solver, whoever the solver is, wouldn't go to the chest because they know that the chest is the lure and not what Forrest, did this for. The finding of anything finding of anything, finding of something, finding of anything is not necessarily the end of the chase. And the solver would know that. But even if you found something, it wasn't the end of the chase. So therefore, the solver wouldn't end the chase. Evening, Frank. How are you? And Woody, how are you? Why is the alligator mad? Because you crossed the river the first time? Shouldn't be mad. Are we talking in circles again? Forrest said he was talking in circles, so I don't see, why we should talk any differently. Hey, hey, Tigger. It's Mr. Lowry. How are you doing? And how is Oksana? Yes, man, women. They're to all of it. Bitch. Solver know the chest was a lure. How would the solver know the chest was a lure? Because it says in the poem. Ignore Jack. Ignore the chest. It says, seriously, I did a video about it. It says in the poem it's a lure. Don't worry about it. That's exactly what I'm saying to everybody. The fact is, nothing is as it seems. Everything in the chase is written in the poem. What happens in the chase is in the poem. That's it. Why are you worried? It's not real. Nothing is as it seems. It's written in the poem. And if you can find it in the poem, you know you sold the poem. So if nothing is as it seems, then why are you worried about what's happening? And Forrest was doing it to aid the finder, not the seeker. So therefore, anything that Forrest said, which is not as it seems, is to aid the finder. So if you're finding it in the poem, does that make you a finder? Of course it does. Absolutely does. If you're finding what Forrest says about the chase, which is not as it seems in the poem, then you're the finder because you're finding that information. And it's to aid the finder of that information. See how that works? So you're the finder of the information about the chase, which is not as it seems. If the chase is not as it seems, the poem is not as it seems. So why are you believing begin it where warm waters halt? That's not what it seems. That's totally irrelevant information in that context that you read it. Has nothing to do with the answer, unless you have a little bit of imagination. Unless you look up all the words in the poem that Forrest looked up, which is all of the words, especially the nouns, like the canyon. Begin it where warm waters halt and take it in the canyon down. Not far, but too far to walk. Put in below the home of Brown. Do you see how that works when you have to look up the nouns? When there's a lot of the in there. The canyon, the home, the. From there, it's no place for the meek. The end is ever drawing nigh. There'll be no padlock you creak, just heavy loads of water high. If you'd been wise and found the blaze, but quickly down your quest to cease. But Terry's camp with marvel gaze, just take the chest and go in peace. So if you're not prepared to do what Forrest did and look up all the words in the poem, especially the nouns, you ain't never going to solve anything. Ever. Ever. Because the poem is not what it seems. Along with the chase is not what it seems. Along with Jack. Don't worry about Jack. The chase is just a lure, it says in the poem. Which I did a video of. 9 Mile Hole. It's in the poem. But it's not what it seems. But it is exactly what it seems. It's in the poem. But we have to each read the poem and find out what we are looking for. Well, you're all in the poem, so find out what it says about you. Crossing the river of alligators, unless the cowgirl was actually a cowgirl. Chase, and what is your confirmation? Where did you look at the answer? Yeah, just. I ask again, where did you get your confirmation from? No confirmation. Oh, he's never been confirmed. Because I have no chest, just my belief. There you go. And that's how it works. It's not about debunking them. Somebody should have put underneath, what's that, 15K? Out of those 15,000 people, somebody should have wrote under there, oh, why didn't I think of that? Then that would be your confirmer. And it obviously isn't, because nobody did it. Yeah, but nobody's even confirmed it though, have they, either? Just because no one... No, he said there was 15,000, so they've obviously read it. I already have. More than once. But you choose to ignore it and say that Forrest is lying. Nobody's ever going to debunk it. If you say that Forrest is lying, it ain't going to happen. But if nobody says, after reading all that information, oh, why didn't I think of that? It's not the solve. Forrest isn't lying when he says it. When you find the answer, you will think or say, why didn't I think of that? And nobody has. Out of all those people that read your solve, that says it's wrong. They don't need to debunk it. I know your solve, Zozo. I've seen it. Yeah, it don't work, Davey. If Forrest were to put a bet on that roulette wheel and could only play 3 numbers, what numbers would he play? What roulette wheel? Mario, if Forrest were to put a bet on the roulette wheel and could only play 3 numbers, what numbers would he play? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. He would play. Was there more zeros? He plays 0 anyway. Zozo, you've been debunked. No one has said, why didn't I think of that? That debunks your solve. Just that statement. Because when you hear the solve, Forrest is talking to 9 billion people. 9 billion, remember, I'm doing the same thing again. 9 billion people. When you hear what the solve is, You're going to say, why didn't I think of that? That is everybody in the whole world, because he doesn't know who's going to enter the chase. Everybody in the whole world, when they hear it, read it, see it, the solve, is going to think, why didn't I think of that? And nobody who has read your solve has told you or made the statement that says, well, why didn't I think of that solve? So therefore, your solve is debunked because Forrest said people would say that and they haven't. Hey, imagination, how are you? 10:24. Oh no, 10:24. It's not associated with a man-made structure, and you want to say it's the West Fork Camp. I don't have any bias. 305. What's up with all these numbers? It's no impossible, just extremely difficult. No, your bias is flawed. That's the problem. Everybody's bias is flawed. Now, I'm not here to say you're wrong. I'm here to say, look, this is what Forrest says. And if you can get around what Forrest says, then your solve will be correct. But if you can't, then your solve will be wrong. The treasure is not there. No, we'll talk about a chest. The treasure is something totally different with no rules. The treasure has no rules. The secret treasure, there are no rules to that. You have to solve that with some deep thinking, using logic, moving, shifting, and drifting, adjusting, best able to adapt, one foot on the other, continuous, contiguous, chronological, blah, blah, blah. That's how you do that. There are no rules as to where it could be. It could be in China, it could be on the moon, it could be Mars, in the sun, it could be anywhere. It could be in Wyoming, if you agree. Yeah, he could be right, Woody, but I choose to believe Forest Fenn, not anybody else. And if Forrest says you're going to say, "Why don't I think of that?" and these people come up with these ingenious souls that no one's going to think of in a million years. No, no. And I'll talk about chess now, not anything else. No, everybody's done that. Everybody says that they've got facts connected to Forrest, connected to the book, etc., etc., etc. And I agree. Might as well say Brent John's solve is correct. That's a really good solve. It has nothing to do with what Forrest Fenn says, but it's a really good solve. Not discounting the letter. It's a really good solve. No, of course it's biased though. It's your interpretation of the information. Forrest didn't say, "Here's clue one. This is clue one. There you go. Here's clue two. There you go." It's your interpretation of the information you got. It's your bias. Yes, they're facts. I agree. But your bias, your choice to choosing those facts. But guess what? 350,000 people found different facts connected to Forest Fenn in the book and had totally different solves in different states. Whole point of it. Just you have to hear what Forrest said. This is the whole point of all of it. Hear what he said, look at your solve and say, hmm, I don't know what warm water salt is because I haven't got the chest in my hands. So I can't start. Until I can start with having the chest in my hands, I can't start. I don't have a book, Woody Bob. Great. Hope you're doing good. American spell check. Yes. See, another thing that says in the poem, people getting upset that I say American searchers can't solve it. It's what the poem says, but Forrest wrote it in English. He didn't write it in American. So, it's going to be difficult for American searchers to solve it. I hate Apple. Could be worse. Could be 8 Apple. Uh-oh. Yeah. I thought you were going to say something else then when you said Elon Musk. He's in the poem as well. Now, I'm not trying to say so. I would be over the moon if you were the solver. It would. It doesn't matter to me. It really doesn't matter. But as far as I can see, there is nobody that's put a solve out that anybody, out of the 9 billion people that Forrest was talking to, is going to say about your solve or any other solve, why don't I think of that? Ain't going to happen. And therefore, it cannot be correct. It debunks itself just in that statement. No one is going to look at the solve and go, oh, I should have thought of that. Why didn't I think of it? No. Not going to think about it with Dave Mann from the East. Not going to think about it with Street. Not going to think about it with Bill Gorman. Not going to think about it with Troy. Not going to think about it with Trusted. Not going to think about it with anybody who has a solve of 9 clues, which you're going to have to rack your brains and try to work out. It isn't going to happen. It is not going to happen, ever. And I don't see why you can't just see it. No one's going to say, why don't I think of your solve? No one's going to say it. Nor Five Leaf, nor anyone else. No one's just going to go, oh yeah, I should have thought of that. I don't get it. I don't get why you're so, what's the word? Don't know, against it. Why you can't just see the simple information that Forrest gives and say, hang on, my soul must be wrong, because Forrest wouldn't have said that otherwise. The fact that you can't have the chest in your hands because you don't know warm water's halt is correct. It's like, my soul's useless. That's how I would think. My soul's useless. Why would Forrest say that? You won't know you have the correct warm water's halt. So nobody started the chase. Nobody. Because nobody who has a solve has started the chase. No one. Because they don't know the warm water's halt is correct. It's not nailed down and they don't have the chest. So nobody has started the chase. And yet 20, 30, 40, 50 people, 60 people, wherever, say they're the solver. And they haven't even started. Again, playing a different game on a different field. No spectators, nothing. That's the chase. The chase is playing all alone by itself. And everybody else is fighting each other in another football match on a different pitch. And nothing to do with the chase. Just whatever they think. Their own ideas against somebody else's ideas. Having a fight. Who's correct? And the chase is over here. Nobody watching it. Nobody playing it except for Forrest. And when it happens, everyone will be like, hey, what's happening over there? What's going on over there in the front of the chase? What are those people doing having fun? Then you'll all turn around and look and go, oh yeah, this is the full of chase. We should have been doing this. I don't get it. I tell Davey, and I tell you, it's hard to believe you're real searchers because just common sense says no one is going to say, I wish I'd have thought of that solve, or I should have thought of that. I should have thought of that solve. No one's going to say it, ever. I'm typing with big fingers. Hey, Ghost Dancer. The correct solve is important to the story. It certainly is. Warm Water's Halt, seriously, I would love to say, but seriously, if you don't have Warm Water's Halt, if you don't know that importance of it, if you do not know the importance of Warm Water's Halt, seriously, never ever till the end of time, will you get an answer? If you cannot, know the importance of warm water salt, forget everything else. No other clue. Nothing. Just that one. If you cannot have that nailed down, if you cannot know about the chest, no. I say, look, I can't say your solve is wrong, but I know that without warm water salt, give up. It ain't worth it. Seriously, when you find the truth, you'll know what I'm saying. Why does Tigger and Davy type from the same keypads? They don't type from the same keypad, they have the same finger issue. Two-story building. A two-story. I never had a solve. Yeah, I'm not smart. I just try and listen to what Forrest says, and I know that if Forrest says, when you hear it, you're going to say, well, I think of that, means somebody must have a solve, and we're all going to go, no flipping way. That's it. Why not I think of that? That's what the solve's got to be. And everybody that's come out with a solve, nobody turns around and goes, why not I think of that? So therefore, it's not the solve. You don't have to hear all of it. Well, you have to hear all of it, but if you're not getting that, why not I think of that? It ain't that. Isn't that? Galaxy. Nothing wrong with Galaxy. Precisely solving the 9 clues. Lead 1 to indulgence. So, but again, I'll go with, you can use the 9 clues, but you don't need the 9 clues to get a chest. It's not necessary. Well, no. No, it's not necessary. Hey, Golden Key, how you doing? Howdy. 9 clues, 9 locations, 9 references, 9 reasons, solution. No, Zozo, no. No. When it all comes out, you'll understand why no. I would disagree with everybody disagrees with me, that's fine. If I explained how the poem worked, you might have understood how the images were identified. Usually in a video, you just don't know how it works. Yeah, I don't know how it works, but I do know what the answer is. What are you supposed to do after you find the answers in the poem? Fenn must be a guide and show you the way to all the poem stories that are Fenn stories, correct? There are certain things that we've looked at, like going to Denver Airport and stuff like that. Problem is, there's a lot of information in the poem. The other day I did stoof.com, but there are dates in the poem as well. The problem is, the initial answer has been put back. Forrest has a whole card, and he also has a way out. So there is a possibility that next week something might happen, but there's a possibility that in 2026 something might happen, and that's the problem with the poem. The thing is, I don't think that what wanted to be achieved has been achieved yet. So it's not wise to do anything, even if you knew what to do. You don't have to do it yet. It's all about indigenous ceremonies. thought it was all about Indigenous ceremonies. Well, I know he did a Sundance with Peggy, and that wasn't, not everybody gets to do that. But I don't know. I don't know enough about warm waters alt to know if that's a true statement or not. No, the words are what tell you what to look for in the poem imagination. That was the whole point of Forrest saying. I looked up all the words in the poem, especially the nouns. So the simple answer to that, simple answer, is to look up all the words in the poem, especially the nouns. Forrest was hiding a secret in the poem. The poem has to tell you what the secret is. So therefore, you have to do what Forrest did to work out how he hid the secret. How did he hide the secret? Oh, in the words in the poem. The images in the book, you only need the poem. Oh, so if I never had the book, what do the images matter? If you only had the poem, images are irrelevant. So therefore, I can't find the answers to the poem by using the book. I can find the answers to the poem by using the poem. That's how simple it is. You might not want to believe that, but that's how simple it is. I do not need the Thrill of the Chase book, apart from the fact that the poem's in there, to find a chest. I do not need the Thrill of the Chase book. Forrest told us all that. You don't need the Thrill of the Chase book. So telling me that the images are important, they may be, but I can get the answers without those images. I'm supposed to get the answers without those images. Forrest told me that. He told everybody that. You can get the answers without the book because all you need is the poem. You don't need the book. So therefore, logic dictates those images are irrelevant, other than they may help with the hints in the poem, but they're not needed to help with they may help with the clues in the poem, but they're not needed. Yeah, assist, but you should be able to solve the poem without any of them. Even the statement. And it's hard to believe that some people are real searchers because they're just taking no notice. Google Earth doesn't go down far enough. What? It goes down to road level. Google Earth goes down to road level. So why doesn't it go down far enough? Where do you have to be? Where could it possibly have been that Google Earth doesn't go down far enough? Not Google Earth doesn't go off-road into the woods somewhere, just so it won't go down far enough. Excuse me. I think you need to humble down a bit now, maybe accept the fact that... No, I think you need to just listen. It's not me not being humble. I'm trying to tell you what Forrest said, and you don't want to listen to it. It's a simple statement. All you need is the poem. Therefore, why don't people listen? Therefore, don't need the book. You do not need the book. So telling people that the images help, fine, they help. I'll agree with that. They help. But you don't need them. So basing your answer on the images may be biased, which is no different than basing your answer on the facts that Zozo was talking about. It's your interpretation of the information. The poem The poem has to tell you the answer. It has to tell you the answer. If all you need is the poem has to tell you the answer. I'm not trying to be holier than thou or anything. I'm trying to help you understand what is happening in the thrill of the chase. And nobody wants to listen. The important word, nobody wants to listen because they want their solve to be correct. But realistically, if nobody can say, why not I think of that? With your solve's wrong. Realistically, I don't want to say anybody's solve's wrong because you find a chest. Fine. But realistically, with Forrest's own words, if nobody says, why not I think of that? With your solve, it's wrong. Because the solve has to be that. Has to be that. That's the statement that has to be made when the solve is told. The solve has to be that. That's not me being holier than thou. I don't need to humble down. I am trying to speak louder because you're not listening. It's a simple statement. The solve has to have the reaction. Why don't I think of that? If it doesn't have that reaction, doesn't matter how many people read it, if it doesn't have that reaction, it can't be right. It can't be. That's not me trying to be clever. That's not me being holier than thou. That's not me being high on my horse. That's me saying, listen, Forrest said this. Therefore, because Forrest said it, this is how you must see it. My solve, which took me years or months or whatever to do, which is very technical and hard to understand and needs a lot of explaining, nobody's going to say to me, oh, I should have thought of that. Not I wish I thought of it. I should have thought that. Why didn't I think of it? All of that technical information that you used in this impossible solve that you've done, someone's going to turn around to you and say, why didn't I think of that? It isn't going to happen. It has to be something really simple. Really simple. Something really simple that people are going to go, no way. Why didn't I think of that? I'm not trying to be clever. I'm trying to say, look, Forrest told us this. And this is what it means. It means if you have even just a little bit of a hard solve to explain to somebody, it can't be right. Because they've got to be thinking, when you tell them, why not I think of that? Now, you misinterpret what I'm saying and make me to be something that I'm not. I'm trying to tell you the information that Forrest gave us is all you need. The poem is all you need. Anything else, because the poem is so vague, is your interpretation of what the information in the Thrill of the Chase book means, which makes it unreliable unless you have a solve that somebody says to you when you tell them it, when you put it on video, when you write it in Reddit, whatever you've done, somebody says, holy crap, why didn't I think of that? That's how simple it is. That's how simple it is to have a solve and know if you have the right solve. When somebody goes, man, why didn't I think of that? Now, Forrest gave lots of information like that, and nobody listens to it. Such as, you won't know you have the correct warm waters halt until you have the chest in your hands. How can you have a solve? How can anybody have a solve without having the chest in their hands? How is that possible? How can anybody say to me that they have a solve and they know it's correct? It's definitely the correct solve. There's no other solve that can beat this. This is the correct solve. But by the way, my warm waters halt, I haven't got the chest. But my solve is the correct one. Forrest did it for lots of different solves. He gave lots of different answers that says, your solve is incorrect. And your solve is incorrect, and your solve is incorrect. And I went through a lot of solves that were incorrect because Forrest said to me, "That's incorrect, Mario. That's incorrect, Mario. That's incorrect, Mario." And if Forrest was here, he would tell you I gave him a lot of solves. It is clear we know there are things I just choose not to dig because the poem continued on. You are just as vague. It probably took me over a year. Farmer and location. Here's the chest in your hands. Literal. The chest in your hands is in the poem. But please listen. If, please, if you have warm waters halt, if you have begin it where warm waters halt, you know, you can go right to it and have that chest. You know why Forrest said it. 100%. If you know, begin it where warm waters halt. If you know that, you know why Forrest said it. You know why he said that. You know why he said nail down. You know why he said stay on play canasta. You know why everything that he said. And if you don't, you didn't solve the poem. If you don't know anything that's happening in the chase, you didn't solve the poem. Ever. Never solved it. Ever. You have to know what's happening in the chase. For the solving of the poem. For the solving of the poem, you have to know what's happening in the chase. To find a chest, please listen. Totally different things. To find a chest, begin it where warm waters halt. You have to have that nailed down. Because without it, honestly, I swear to you, if you don't have that sentence, you don't have it, nothing. Ever. For eternity. I can't tell you how important that statement is. I honestly can't. I cannot tell you how important that is. Without that, forget it. Forget the poem. Don't even bother taking another look at it if you don't have it. Just Forrest said, he even stated, they did not understand the importance of the first clue. Walk right by the chest. It doesn't get any more obvious than that. Solve the first two clues, walk right by the chest. But they didn't understand the importance of the first clue. How important is the first clue? Nobody gives it any importance because they've got 9 clues and they have the correct solve without having the first clue. Seriously, nobody has the first clue. No one has it. Again, I tell you, you're playing football on this pitch. The chase is being played on this pitch. You're all fighting on this pitch, playing this game with your own ideas and your own solutions, and you're not taking any notice of what's happening in the chase. None at all. You have no idea what's happening in the chase, still waiting for answers, still unsure about Jack, and it's because you're not listening. And it's not because I'm holier than thou. I'm not doing this to convince anybody that I am the solver or that me and David B are the solver. That's not what this is. This is about, you keep saying that Forrest is wrong and Forrest has lied, Forrest is a fraud, it was never there, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit. Bullshit. There is something special going on here that you can't see, that you refuse to believe, and you're still talking about a chest, which was only the lure. And if it was only the lure, what was the bigger picture? What was it all about? The chest is irrelevant. In the grand scheme of things, the chest is unimportant. Where the chest was is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Not irrelevant. It was the reason, not the reason. It was, yes, it was the reason why you're all here, the chest was. But that's not the reason why Forrest did it. You're all here because of the chest. Yes. But that's not what this is about. I've missed chat. Don't understand. I just chose not to do because the poem continued on. You are just as vague. It probably took over a year after that to find the indication. I'm not giving you, I did. Oh, I've done that. Nope. I never said those things. Oh, don't know what that is. Zip. So, yeah. Begin it where imagine. Begin it where warm waters hold is not the first clue. Not even the way it's written. So, yes. I don't get it. I don't get why people aren't listening. It's the first clue. It really is the first clue. And it's so important. It is so important to everything that it's unreal. It's the first clue. That without it, nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it answers many, 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 many questions. And again, the solve will fit on a post-it note. And I kid you not, it will fit on a post-it note. And it doesn't have to be written in really small letters either. And it's, why did I think of that? Bloody hell. I don't know why people choose to ignore what Forrest says and then say that he's lying or. Oh. So read me what the poem says. Even that statement says that your solve is incorrect. Read me what the poem says. And it's game over. What doesn't the poem say? As I've gone alone in there with my treasures bold, I'll keep my secret way into which is new and old. Begin it where warm waters aren't taking the canyon down. Doesn't it say that? Is that what Forrest wants us to read? Of course it's not. Of course it's not. And therefore, if you can't read it, your solve has to be incorrect. I don't get it. I don't get it. I really don't. You'd rather say that Forest Fenn is a liar and this is all bullshit than just listen to the words that he said and trust that what he said was there to help, which is exactly what he said. It's there to aid the finder, not the seeker. So you seekers who are trying to find a chest of gold, for whatever reason, are never going to find the real answer. Yeah, he said it was the first clue, and people choose to believe that Forrest is a liar. Zoe yourself, you said he was a liar, or said that it's not true what he said, or whatever. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get. I started out 4 years ago trying to convince people that Forrest is an honest man who did an honest thing, who tried to make everybody a winner. And 4 years later, people are still saying that Forrest lied. I don't get it. I don't get it. Yep. Show me what the poem says is even better. Show me what the poem says. I thought I did that. I thought I have showed people what the poem said. As I have gone alone in there is also the 10th clue, if I remember correctly. I wrote the poem, read my book over and over, dictates if it's about Forest. Being first to discover the 10th clue will be critical, laugh out loud. So why is it and so here nil are the final location? I think I'm talking to myself. There was only ever going to be one spot. They didn't understand the importance of the first clue. There was only ever going to be one spot. And people talk about, well, he moved the chest from one place to another. There was only ever going to be one spot. One spot. 9 clues, one spot. I do not comprehend how people choose to ignore the information that Forrest gives and then call him a liar, a fake, a fraud, got it wrong, must have been his age, blah, blah, blah. No. Everything that Forrest said is spot on. You just don't listen. It's not me being holier than thou. It's not that I need to be more humble. It's that you need to listen. What the heck is wrong with people? Listen, I may be wrong. Granted, I may be wrong. But tell you what, I listen. I really listen. And everything that I have said is true. And if you're listening, you will hear what Forest Fenn has said. And if you're honest with yourself, you will know your solve cannot be correct, even if it is, it's not what this is about. It has nothing to do with the big picture. It has nothing to do with what Forest Fenn has created. It has nothing to do with taking that final flight to a place where even memory has been. It has nothing to do with that. Nothing. The chest is a lure. Don't worry about the chest. Don't tell me you found a chest, Forrest said. I don't need to know your name. Read me what the poem says and it's game over. He's not interested in the chest. Why you're all fixated on being the solver of the poem that found a chest, I have no idea. I really don't. I really don't. If the chest is just a lure, then there's something else. So therefore, simple logic. Therefore, you haven't solved the poem. That's impossible. If the chest is just a lure, just a thing to get you interested, if it's just a thing to get you interested in, and all you found was that chest that you were supposed to get interested in, how have you solved the poem? It's impossible. Just simple logic. Simple logic says you found the lure. How is that solving the poem? You found the thing that attracted you to the thrill of the chase. That's all you found. The thing that attracted you to the thrill of the chase. Not what it was about. You didn't find what it was about. You don't know who Forrest is. You have no idea what the chase is doing, what it's done, how it's evolved. Nothing. You found the lure, and you're claiming that you found the lure, which 300,000 people found the lure. It's not what this is about. And therefore, God, flip. You can't have solved the poem if all you found was that lure. You can't have solved the poem. It's an impossibility. And again, I go back to Forrest in the email last time. Don't know who to believe in this thing. I don't know what I wrote. I can't remember. But I can remember being, as I am now, no different. These people don't listen. Who the heck are all these people? Are they really searching? Are they really searching? Or are you all part of this? Are you all part of this chase? Because if you just found the lure whoever you are, whoever says they found a chest, which Forrest says, don't tell me you found a chest. He's not interested in the chest. He knows the chest. He knows the chest you found. He knows your name. He's got his Rolodex. He knows all about you. The chest is not relevant to him. He wants to know if you can read what the poem says. And you can't. Because all you're reading to me is exactly what's written in that poem. As I have gone alone in there, with my treasures gold, I can keep my secret way and enter riches in an old. That's all you're reading. Now, please, please, stop it. If Forrest wants you to read what the poem says, it is not that. It is not that. Therefore, you didn't solve the poem because you can't read the poem to Forrest. It is not rocket science, quantum mechanics, it's whatever. It's not. Now, you can't have a solve. Can't have a solve. It's impossible to have a solve where nobody says to you, why didn't I think of that? It's impossible because that is stipulated. It has to happen. It's what Forest Fenn said would happen. So it has to happen. If you have a Mensa solve of 187, no, no, no. You have to have a really simple son of a bitch. Why the flipping heck didn't I think of that solve? That's the solve you have to have. Stop saying you solved the poem. You didn't solve it. You couldn't have. All you're claiming is you found a chest. That is not the solve to the Forest Fenn poem, finding a chest. It's not. And if you just stop and listen and think with a bit of logic, you'll know that's true. You cannot have solved the poem if all you found was a chest. Now, I am trying, firstly, to prove that Forrest is not a liar, or any of the things that you're claiming now, because he's not. And secondly, to help you understand, don't worry about Jack. Don't worry about the chest. Don't even worry about you being the solver or the finder, because they are impossible. They do not exist. It's not real. Nothing is as it seems. Start playing the thrill of the chase. Have fun. Just the lure was used to catch that fish. Crazy. Chigga, I cannot believe that these people are real searchers. I couldn't 4 years ago and I can't now. If they can't take in simple statements that Forrest made, man, I'm lost. I am lost. What? I don't know what that says. After effort is the second coming, as people believe he walks in every return the other day. Yeah, and that, no. So, Sophie, you're saying exactly what I've said when I sent Forrest the email. And Forrest said it out. I said to Davey, I can't believe he read it out. He said it loud. I can't believe he told everybody that, there are searchers who don't believe, who won't tell me their solution because they don't believe what's going on or whatever he said. I was like, you weren't supposed to say it loud. You weren't supposed to tell everybody that, everybody was in the chase and in the poem and whatever. Look, Sophia, I talk to Davey and I tell him, looking up the family, Skippy, a picture of Skippy on the internet with the fish in his mouth. That is not a family picture. Somebody took a picture of him out of the book and put it on the internet for information about Skippy. What? No. No. No, you look up Skippy and you see a picture of him with a fish in the mouth that's in the front of the Chase book, and it's like, no, that's not a That's not a public record of somebody. A picture in the public record. That's a false record of, somebody in the thrill of the chase. They didn't find any chest. Who didn't? Who didn't? The solver or these people? These commands are very connected to Forest and why. The chest was a lure. It doesn't have to have anything. It just had to get you involved. The chest is not the answer. The chest is irrelevant. The answer to that, forget the answer to that. Forget the chest. Forget the chest. Nobody found a chest. Well, you found a chest, but you didn't find the chest. And it wasn't about the chest. It doesn't matter. 350,000 people found a chest, each with a different solve, and some with the same solve. And it has nothing to do with what this is about. You were supposed to find a chest. You 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 failed if you didn't find a chest. You're supposed to find a chest, but it's not what this was about. Just giving you a hard time. There's actual words in here. I still enjoy listening to. My words hurt me because I can't believe that you don't hear simple instruction. When you hear the solve, you will think or say, why didn't I think of that? Be honest. Is your solve that solve? No. No. There is nobody out there that has a solve that anybody has said, anyone. No one has said to anybody solve, I wish I'd thought of that. No one. Nobody. On any of your videos, on any of your Reddit flipping things, whatever it is, wherever you're on, nobody's left a comment and gone, oh, why didn't I think of that? Which means it can't be right. Because when you hear it, you'll be like, oh, God, is that it? Why didn't I think of that? Good night, IOI. I don't get it. I don't. So what is to happen to the soul or anything? Harm? Recognition? Harm? How would there be any harm? How come Forrest never mentioned walking to the waterfall, instead mentions stepping on the grave marker? Walking to the waterfall. I thought he went to it and said, oh, it doesn't look as good now as it did up there. He didn't step on the grave marker, he fell over it. Well, he came face to face with the grave marker. He fell over something. He didn't ask the solver. He asked Jack. Nothing but entertainment. So, where I was 4 years ago was reading the poem, and the people that were in the chase were in the poem. You weren't around then, Sophia, as far as I know. I don't remember seeing your name. Or Imagination of Innocence, those sort of names. But the people that were in the chase, the Sasha, Toby, Shelley, Douglas, Barbara, Dal, Forrest, those sort of people were in the chase. In the chase, were in the poem, and it's like, hang on a minute, that's a bit iffy. And how could these people? How could these people be in the poem and in the chase? How does Forrest know these people?
How's that possible that these people are in the poem and Forrest knows these people? That can't be possible. So, started bells ringing, and the more I looked into it, the more people there were. Cynthia, and I'm thinking, no, I don't get this. Anyway, I read more and more and more, found more and more different answers. So I said to Forrest, like, this is, I can't remember what I wrote in the email. I was shocked. And it was difficult to give somebody, the answer if not sure who Forest Fenn is. Well, sure who Forest Fenn is, but it's not who Forest Fenn says he is. And what's this, really all about? And bit by bit, I gave the Forest that we know, different answers. And was hoping, that Forest would send something back to let me know that he knew that I knew, but obviously he doesn't respond to anybody. So, or, in the sense that, yeah, you're right, no, you're wrong. So, for me, it got concerning that, is this real? And, I've talked about time travel and, the aliens and all the other stuff and the cryogenics laboratory and all sorts of things that's in the poem. I'm thinking, what the heck is this? Dude, does the person who did this know what happens? Or is the person who did this putting the poem out there because they can't solve it and they want somebody to solve it for them and tell them the answer? That's where I was. Because it all seemed shady. All these people in the poem, it's like, what the heck? How could it all be written beforehand to be in the poem? So I was reluctant to give out, this is what I think it is, this is what it's all about, in case, they weren't legit. And if they were legit, they would answer me and say, yeah, you're right, well done, blah, blah, blah. Or no, you're wrong, you're an idiot. And it didn't do either. So I couldn't confirm, I couldn't get a confirmation or denial that Forrest was not Forrest and he was someone else. And that, he's not a time traveler or blah, blah, blah. I don't know how he did the poem. I really don't. It's, it's not doing the poem. Yes, it is. It's all of it. It's doing the poem and knowing what happens. And again, I can believe that you can have this poem, you can find stuff in the poem and make it happen. I can believe that. Yep, all good. I can believe that. So he has this poem, and then he gives all these people these names to fit the poem. I can believe that. That's good. But then he writes about me. And I'm thinking, how the heck am I in the poem? But he doesn't just write about me, he writes about everybody. Everybody's in the poem. How's that possible? How does he know all these people? How does he know me? Who the heck is Forest Fenn? And how does he do all this? So 4 years ago, 5 years ago, whenever I started writing, 6 years ago, whenever I started writing to Forest, that's where I was. And I'm no different now because people don't listen. It's like if you're a real searcher, you would say, oh, hang on, yeah, Forrest did say that. Who he? Is that when you found it? Tigger? 3 months ago. Well, you've been speaking to Forrest 3 months ago when you saw it. Never heard of Brandon. What have I missed? I'm watching Brandon of Last Days channel. He sees things about the. Oh, sorry, yeah. I thought you were talking about a poem. Yeah, some people, Nostradamus and Baba Vanga and whatever else, they saw stuff. And that's another video I did, if you went to the future and brought the book back, without knowing the answer. Just had the book. It's like, oh, I won't find the answer. Yeah, and maybe Forrest saw that too, Tigger. There will be an economic collapse. Did he have any thoughts about this healthcare? I do. Only that it's useless over here. It used to be the best, but I don't know. Yeah, I think there already is a cure for cancer in the early stages. I think they've already mentioned it. I think it's already out now. I think that it's already been mentioned. You can't help yourself, can you, Jose? The thing is, in our society, in our race, if you can think of something, it can be done. So all the things that we think of, at some point they will be done. Time travel, going to Mars, exploring the universe, blah blah blah. The fact that we think it enables us then to be able to effect it and do it. So everything is a matter of time. So cancer was always going to be curable at some point in time, and maybe when the aliens come down or whatever, they will give us others. Probably in exchange for us humans. Here's a few humans will tell you this. Yeah, it works both ways. That does, Sophia. So during a crisis, some people turn away because they say, "How can God let this happen?" So they turn away from God or gods. And yeah, some turn to gods. Please get us out of this, and if you do, I swear I'll go to church, every day, etc. Well, the only person that it's worth Satan taking over is the Pope. There's nobody. There's nobody in the world that has more influence over people than the Pope. So therefore, he's the only person that Satan can take over. If it's Satan. And I think it's already gone pear shaped. So it can't get much worse. Yeah, and that's it. Um, Too late is too late. Well, I'm not sure if that's the correct statement, Tigger. So you turn to Jesus for he whosoever believeth in me will enter heaven, whatever. So believing in Jesus, believing in God, two different things, I think. Just by the statement. So if you'd have said he whosoever believes in my Father, I'm behind in chat, so I might have missed it. Did Forrest answer you when you emailed him? I emailed him hundreds of times. He said thank you. I think when I said happy birthday or stuff. I'm not sure if I got two thank yous and enough. which was probably, stop emailing me. I don't know. But that's all I got. And I got another email which I don't want to talk about. But other than that, but it was nothing. The other email was nothing to say like, yeah, you're the winner, or, you're the loser, or whatever. Are you talking about when I said I've stopped searching and stuff like that? No, I didn't answer. But they were all, so there was already supposed to be a one world religion. It was supposed to be Christianity, and that's why these missionaries went out everywhere into the world to make it all about. Did you say from the east or from back east? Bandy Jones! You gotta have faith. That's all I've got, mate. It's good to read you. Yep, and 1,000 years he will be in at the end, but they will both be on Earth at the same time. Find and solve are two different things. Yep. They are on Earth now. Wow, now you have my attention, as I believe that too. No, you misunderstand me, Tigger. There is not only just Christianity. There should be one religion for one God, but there are many religions for the one God. So the one religion should be the one God. So therefore, he should take all the Protestants, the Catholics, the Roman Catholics, the blah 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 blah, whatever, however 90 odd or 900 odd, however many religions there are over the one God, and just make it one religion. So you can't be Christian, you have to be Roman Catholic, whatever it is that he chooses. You can't be Protestant, you have to be Roman Catholic. You can't be Mormon, you have to be Roman Catholic. You can't be Pentecostal, you have to be Roman Catholic. You can't be blah 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 blah. So it becomes one religion for the one God instead of it's split into many religions for the same God, which doesn't make any sense at all. Absolutely none. No, I don't mean Christianity is a one world religion. I mean the God is the one world religion, but it's been split into many different religions. On the plains of Megador. Well, we need the four horsemen yet. I think them are planets. Because when you think about it, the Bible does say, wormwood, which is potentially Planet X or Planet Nibiru or whatever you want to call it, with its other, other planets and its sun, which is our sun, whatever they call it. It's supposed to be a binary sun. It's supposed to be two suns, and it goes on that elliptical orbit. And, so many years, comes back and screws us over. But it's called wormwood in the Bible, I think. In my opinion, there is one way and one book of days to hell and a variety of paths to heaven. Oh, one way to hell and a variety of paths to heaven. Well, heaven must be a small place, or we must all be bad because he's not taking many. Considering there's 9 billion, he's only taken, so many thousand. That woman that is known for seeing was. Oh, well, that counts me out, so I'm all right. I'm not an Islam that was born in Jerusalem. The thing is, if he's half as good as Hitler, he will get people listening. One God, one religion, equally progressive manifestations, continually revealing the divine law in Holy Scripture. 40K. Oh no. I don't know what that says either. Oh God. Hmm. Thing is, you can't change if it's predestined. You can't change anything. So it's not worth worrying about. You know that you can alter what's going to happen. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. If you've been a good person, that doesn't count for nothing. It doesn't count for nothing. If you don't believe, you don't believe. Excuse me. Does anyone know the second most widespread religion after Christianity? See, I get lost. So when you say Christianity, which is one, and you talk about then Roman Catholic is separate, then Catholic is separate, then blah blah blah. Are you saying that, or you're saying that the one God religion and then Islam or Hinduism or no such being as Antichrist? This is a term. The meaning is actually messenger. Finding using an avatar, I think I know, but not 100% sure. Tigger, I cannot find you because you are using an avatar. I think I know. No fear here, I have Joshua. No, not Islam. Google it, Zozo, then look clever. Trusted would. I mean, when you think about it, them monks have it pretty good. And they haven't been contaminated by different information, or the outside world technologies and stuff like that. Well, they probably are now, but at the end of the day, you need to, believe what you believe and have faith in what you believe. No, not Islam. But sinful in your God's eyes, why are you not sanctified? See, that's something that, excuse me, that I really don't get is, isn't it the Jews that this was supposed to be about? If you talk about the Bible, I don't get it anymore. So the David and David, was it Saul? What was his son's name? The non-religious is actually the fastest growing group in the US. Yeah, I think I gathered that just by listening to you in Street and Trusted But again, you're proving the Bible right by doing those things. And that's crazy. By attacking Christianity and creating a place where people don't believe in God, you're proving right the one thing that you say is incorrect. That's crazy. The Bible predicts that the world is going to go this way, and by you doing this and forcing others to go this way, or helping others go this way, or however you want to term it, you're proving the Bible correct by saying that the earth is going to be a godless place, or whatever the statement is. Surely it would be in your best interests, in order to prove that Christians are wrong, to all believe in Christianity and prove the Bible wrong. That would surely be in your best interests, because now you're proving the Bible correct, that the earth is going to be a godless place, or people are going to turn against God, or whatever, however it's termed. The fact that you're doing it is proving it correct. The one thing that you're saying is wrong and was written by a man, the man was right. You're going to turn against God. You can't be Zozo. You're proving it correct. The fact that you're turning against God and other people are turning against God is something that the Bible said would happen in those times of Jesus coming. So you're proving it correct. Then all you need is Jesus to come, and what are you going to do then? So your best interest would be everybody in the world who doesn't want to believe in God, to believe in God, prove the Bible wrong, and then those that do believe in Christianity may be forced to go, oh, hang on a minute. They said that everybody will turn against God and everybody's going to God. So the Bible's wrong. But they're not going to say that. They're going to say, the Bible said you would turn against God, and you are. So the Bible must be correct. So they will be more devout. It didn't predict me. Of course it did. It said that you would turn against God, that man would turn against God, and you're a man and you're turning against God. You were predicted. Yeah, I was worried about getting COVID because I wasn't sure if that was the mark of the beast or not. Exactly, Zozo. If you prove the Bible correct, you're proving that God exists and that he predicted that the world would turn against him. So, in effect, you're saying God exists. That's the simplicity of it. The fact that many people turn against God admits that God exists because they're proving that the Bible is correct. The fact that you turn against him by saying he doesn't exist proves that he exists because he said you would do it. Yeah, it proved that you would say that it was not right. So therefore, it proves it is right. How can it prove? How can the fact that it says that this would happen and it's happening proves that it's correct? You're better off not making it happen, but you're making it happen by doing what you're doing. You're making it happen, but that therefore proves it's correct. And you limit the next thing that's going to happen, which is it reduces down to the only thing that's got to happen then is Jesus' second coming. Because you turning against God is, the first part, and that's why Jesus has to come back. So you're creating, I don't know what the word is, by a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're creating that self-fulfilling prophecy. The fact that you do what you do means that Jesus has to come back. And if he does, then you're stuck. But if you believed in God, if everybody believed in God, then Jesus wouldn't come back. There'd be no need. Me, I'm not being ignorant. Just tell me how it is. The Bible predicts that Jesus will come back because the earth, man on earth doesn't believe in God, and the second coming will happen. Once it gets to the point where man doesn't believe in God, then Jesus comes back. So therefore, you prove that it all exists. Yeah, I don't know all those big words, but yeah, I fully understand that. I'm just saying, it was predicted that the earth would go through this change where people turned against God, and then because of it, I did think I saw it. I'll create a new unprecedented inevitable events. 2-page layout, but I don't know the page numbers. That will prove you wrong. Me wrong? I'm just saying what's written. No, well, that's one thing I don't do. I don't assume. Do you think God had some upper hand in the Solver's genuine test? Well, I have to admit, when I realised I was a greedy little twat, I came back and I just wanted to solve the poem, and I prayed. I prayed that I would solve it. I didn't pray to find a chest, although I found a chest anyway. But I prayed to solve the poem, and some of the stuff I've said, I'm not smart. I'm not stupid, but I'm not smart. And some of the stuff, like, I don't know where it comes from. Thing is, I think a lot of people have solved the poem in their eyes. But when I don't know what's going to get revealed, like I said earlier, it could be that you just find out where the chest was, what the solve is for the chest, and then the other stuff you never know. Or it could be that you know everything. Or it could be that the 3 books in there were all about what Forrest did. And it could be that the project is explained, and etc. 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 There's a lot of things that could happen. But any of them are going to leave you like, oh, is that it? No way. Probably a bit more than that, but one religion, many different ideas of it. Times change, yet the only thing that is continually correct are the progression of holy manifestations and no others. I was saying to Davey that I can hardly remember some of the things that I did and how I got the answers. But getting one answer helped me get the answer to who Forrest was, and understanding that words don't mean what you think they do, could help you read the poem in a different light. And I don't even know if Forrest made that statement, to be fair, before I was doing it. I was probably already doing it anyway, with the substitutes, and the coach, not the coach, what was the other word? Substitutes. There was another word that he used. I can't remember what it is. But I was saying to Davey, there's stuff that I found, and I can't remember how I did it, because one of them was the home of Brown. Put in below the home of Brown. So put in below the capital of Brown, and then it was put in below the book of Brown, which is home. So I'm thinking Brown book, and capitals in the Brown book, and the letters in the book are Brown. So the capital letters in the book that are brown, what was that all about? So I started doing anagrams with all those. But not only are they brown, but there's some red ones and the different colours. And I ended up doing a whole paragraph. Was it with them? I don't know if it was them. But I did a paragraph talking about a visit to Wyoming in a helicopter. I don't know how I did that. I really don't know how I did it. But yeah, using letters. I can't remember how I got them. But a visit to Wyoming in a helicopter with some woman or something. And then the other letters, www dot. What else? Something to do with swim, Miami, and Bills, was it? Can't remember. Loads of different stuff to come up with. But yeah, some very shocking stuff I didn't even know. But I come up with words and I'm thinking, what does that mean? So I'd look it up. It's the only thing that made sense. So I try and find that word, and I was like, I didn't even know that existed until I found it in the thrill of the chase. I never even knew it existed. It's like a whole load of things like that. And I say today, but I can't remember how I did some of it. I can remember how I did the anagrams. And again, all of this was pencil and paper, like rubbing it out, writing out something else, rubbing it out, writing something else out. Hard work because I couldn't use a computer. So I learned how to use a computer because of the thrill of the chase. And that colouring in, I was trying to do it just with pencil and paper, and nah, no. I thought I need a computer and then do it on that. But I don't know if it's supposed to be solved or not. But I do know that solving it wasn't what was, required. Forrest make it happen was what was required, and that's why I said what I said. I'm quite happy with myself, and by that, I had three things that I was um, three things that I believe were answers to the thrill of the chase. Four, if you include mail or coin, which I've said before. There are many souls in the, under a canopy of stars. There are many souls in the poem that could have ended the chase. So I could have mailed Forrest a coin, and that potentially could have been, the answer. Found a chest in the Rocky Mountains, that potentially could have been the answer. Found a chest under a canopy of stars, that potentially could have been the answer. And it's all in the poem, so all the information is in the poem, and any of those could have been an answer, but that didn't. None of it sat with to find a chest. None of that sat with what Forrest was saying about warm waters holding that. So whilst they were all good souls, they didn't sit with what Forrest was saying about finding the chest, which meant there was something else that this was about. Excuse me. Well, I can't read what time this given my eyes again. So 3:25. Oh, that was nearly. Oh, that would have to be 4:23, wouldn't it? Not 3:23. DB Cooper time. Even that, I did a DB Cooper solve. I did the Omega Man solve, the Burning Man. The Lost Dutchman Mine, the blah blah blah. Just one after the other, just like, oh, it could be this, oh, it could be this, oh, it could be this, sunken ship, or it could be this, or it could be that. It could be Blackbeard, or it could be, Edward Teach. Or Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid. Or it could be any of the, artists, or the Rivers, or the Forts, or I've done the Ghost Ranch. Titty Mine is in there. Is it the Titty Mine or the Titty River? Unbitty? I can't remember. But there's lots of information in the poem, which is not, I know it's not possible, but it's all there. It's all there. Anyway, I think I'm going to call it there. You must be lukewarm, Frank. You have to be all in. Now, a lot of people talk about lukewarm today. What I just said kind of sounds like a man joke. I'm a true believer now. I had my doubts before, but I've gained wisdom. Now I just have to break bad habits. And that is why mysterious writings had the starfish thriller story. That's a fear. That is definite. Just the fact was asked to answer some questions. Oh, I'm missing all that. What year was the released? What? You said Blue was after 2015. Days of Noah. Ooh, I'll be talking about Noah. Tigger, do you know the meaning of the man from the east? He's asked you again. You need to get out of your church and into the mountains and along the river bottoms. He said that Jesus was a failure back in 2014. Oh, gee. Not saying what I think. That Pope sounds like the pastor who said the Ten Commandments were the 10 suggestions. Wouldn't say I'm like warm or lukewarm, but that I'm discerning the last time of Catholic teaching. Yeah, it's weird that Catholics and Christians and Protestants and it's like, come on, one God, many religions, crazy. Normally it's one religion and many gods, but now it's one God and many religions. Doesn't make sense. Moses is important in the chase as related to the front cover of TTOTC. Yes, Bill Gorman thinks so very much. Moses is related into the chase because he is one of the lawgivers on a plaque somewhere in Wyoming. So he may be important to the chase as one of the lawgivers. Yes, some nuns and bishops think he is Satan, but they won't say it. Do you mean too far to walk? Ooh, too far to walk. I didn't get that. The worst thing to do is judge. A judge is not walking the path. No, TTOC front pictures of 3 are related to Moses. I was Catholic, and I just picked up a Catholic Bible and it says that the Catholic Church is the whore of Babylon. Yes. Moses was placed in a basket at the edge of a river. Is that correct? He was. In a reed basket, I think it was. That's why they call it a Moses basket. The eastern gate of the Holy Temple is said to be a direction for the return of Christ, and was the prophet from the east called the Barb. He barbed the prophet from the east. That is the reason why it all needs to go away, all of it. It causes so much division. F off, hypocrites. Tigger, never heard that one. Moses was fished out of the water. Oh, I wasn't trying to be clever or nothing, but yeah, a Moses basket is because he was found in a basket. Must have been well made because it floated and sent him down the river. I wonder why Forrest went to Pompeii. What was the connection between that and the thrill of the chase? Peter denied Christ 3 times, and because the first Pope Thomas doubted, he went east to minister and his teaching goes to the sands. That seems to happen a lot in history. The killing of the innocents. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I I think that was something that Forrest counted on, that people would be blinded by that gold, that the solving of the poem was secondary, just finding a chest with gold in it. And Judas, he wasn't martyred. There's another saying about that as well. The silver. In the chase, the silver. Silver. I remember. Yeah, and of course Judas. Not martyred, no. Although, as daft as it sounds, he's the one that everybody knows. Like if people were asked to think of an apostle or a disciple or whatever, I think the first one they could think of, or the easiest one that they would think of, would be Judas, the one that betrayed him. Well, didn't Leonardo da Vinci put 13 in there? I mean that in itself either speaks of a higher hand or some sort of outside knowledge. For Da Vinci to do the things that he did, like in his paintings, there's so many messages. Trusted does Frank. He tells us all that he has the truth. He seems to know a lot about it. Well, I think it's 336, so I think that'll do for me. Um, a fly is a blaze, a lure, isn't it? A fly is a lure, and the book was a lure. The chest on the book is a lure for the poem that's inside. Forrest said he needed a vehicle, so he had the book. So you drive to the first clue. A fly is a book. Fly is a blaze. If a fly was a lure, then what is the goal? I can't tell you, because that would be the answer. But it is gold in some way, shape, or form. Zozo, are you is it or a? Don't even know what that is. Sad. You calling him sad? A Saduki. Everyone dies. What does a fly lure? The fly is the lure, so that'd be what does a lure lure? A lure. And, there was 20, whatever, how many there was in Ben's box. So if a fly is a lure and the fly is a solve, could there have been that many solves? And Ben buried the solves? um, I mean, there was only one blaze, or maybe a smaller blaze, or fake blaze, or well, not too far away, but same thing. I am an American. Please stop. You are embarrassing yourself. I don't know what that means. A bronze box lures searchers. Well, the gold lures searchers. A fly lures a fish. Well, in order to understand Forest, you have to understand the words. And in order to understand Forest, you have to understand those words because of the contradictions. So was Forest contradicting himself? Or was Forest just using the same word over and over and they meant different things? And you thought they were contradictions when in fact it was just saying warm, 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 warm. So warm is comfortable, but that's just a synonym. Comfortable is a synonym of warm. You're just saying warm, warm, warm. Best revenge. Best is a synonym of warm. Safe place. Safe is a synonym of warm. So Forrest made loads of statements about the same thing. Just over and over, as he said. So it's possible that Forrest would give information that would help a finder, a solver, whatever you want to call them. And then it would be up to that person to understand what it was that Forrest was saying. But if he says, your best revenge is me wearing a bracelet, and he wore the bracelet, specifically wore it, in the lawyer's office when he was going through the gold, could he have been telling the finder something in that picture? Probably. Did Forrest still have the chest? Absolutely. Chest had nothing to do with Jack Stoof. Forrest still had his hands on it, had his hands on the gold. It was his, and he wore the bracelet. Jack was sitting in the chair, miles away from anything. Aristotle, Socrates, and the Pythagoras were all killed. That's what I was saying earlier about the Egyptians. There was information that shouldn't get out. Pythagoras didn't invent, Pythagoras theorem. He didn't invent that, but he was accredited with it, and then he ended up dead because of it. If a fly is the solution, then the gold is a fish, cold water trout. Yeah, the fly is the solve. And then if the fly is the solve, then the gold is what you got for the solve. Finding the blaze. So will do by the hand of the zealot. And if the kingdom is in outer space. But yeah, if it is, fly me to the moon, let me dance amongst the stars. Does not have to be up, down, or whatever. It is a place you've never been to go. Please stop thinking you know all about it. You don't. Tigger, do you think the people blocking the chase truth are Christian or evil worshippers? I'll answer that. They don't seem to be Christian. You don't know what I know. Oh dear. Yeah, I think Tigger knows more than Chase-wise. I don't know about Christianity-wise. Chase-wise, I think Tigger knows something. I know many things you have no clue on, and I know you have never spoken to any God. Well, see, again, you make a strange statement in Tigger's belief, she has spoke to that God more than once. So she's spoken to God. Whether there's a God there to hear or not is another matter. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. Yes. Maybe you don't know what I know. Well, Jupiter again, is it Jupiter or Zeus? Is it Mars or Aries? Or Mercury or, Mercury or what was the other one? Aries? The other messenger? It's not who you are, so you can make them think you are. Was it Jupiter or Zeus? Athena or don't know. I remember Diane. Athena or Venus or Aphrodite. Blah blah blah. Could go on. Different gods, same god, same traits, different place in the world. No humans know the seasons on any other planet. I don't even know the seasons on this planet. I know the four seasons. They sing a song. Not a sixpence. No pocket full of rye. Do you think your God is protecting the solver? Or do you believe that the Fenn family is protecting the solver? I go so far as to say the solver is not protecting the solver. Do you believe that the Fenn family is protecting the solver? Think how about every minute of every day, the ongoing prayer that never ends? Believe in that. Fly me to the moon. It never answers. Just like Forest. Is Forest your God? I was hoping that he was my friend, but it never answers. See, I don't believe that Forrest never answered. Well, he never answered emails, but I think he answered them anyway. I think if you listen to what he said, or read what he said, or however you want to term it, I think he answered. So you could send him an email and he didn't answer you back directly, but then he'd come out with a scrapbook or an interview or a statement, and that would be the answer. If you were listening, you would hear it, and if you weren't, you wouldn't. So hang on, what would be one? No, I'll do the Capo one again. Capo says, in the walking, she thought she was unfit or whatever she said. However that came about, because of walking too far. And Forrest said, well, if you're walking more than a mile, you're walking too far. So whilst he probably didn't send her an email back, everybody knew. Or he sent her an email back and she told everybody. But I can remember Forrest saying he said something to level the playing field because he told somebody something and then he had to tell everybody. So everyone was equal. But what was the phone number that somebody had that was a clue or a hint or whatever? Two statements, huh? He did answer. I was joking. I received 2 email responses. At half is of. Don't know what that says. So, Tigger, where would you be found worshipping God? Church and along the river bottoms. Yeah, he didn't answer me. Well, he answered, a couple, but not. He didn't say, yes, Mario, you're on the right track. Well done. See, those sort of things, have to make you think. How did Moses get those tablets? I think if he spent, however many days up and nights he was up there, like chipping away, the echoes of it would have gone round, he'd be chipping away and everyone would be going up behind him having a look. What are you doing, Moses? Oh, I'm just writing out the Ten Commandments. So he must have got that from something or someone. He didn't do it himself. I think if he tried, he'd have to have a mallet and a chisel. And they'd be like, ching, 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 ching. And then we're like, what's he doing up there? Good one, David. Where's that come from? Who the heck is David? I don't see David. Good one, David. Oh, that one there. David B. It is, yes, to know what is worth knowing and what isn't. So is it better to look through? That is David, not David B. That is David. So is it better to look foolish believing in an afterlife and a spiritual world and have the possibility of experiencing them? Or is it better to deny the existence of both and have no afterlife? But at the end of the day, you should be able to believe what you want to believe and not worry about what anybody else says or whatever they believe. I've seen ghosts, so. There's a film with what's her name in it? Oops, David B. Sorry, David Paisano. Many have Sophia. I heard many EVPs. I even heard my wife's voice. I was like, oh dear. Zozo, all of God's children are special to him. We all have a purpose. Many don't know how to listen, see, or sense the Holy Spirit. Well, many don't know how to listen, that's for sure. See, there's a thing. If Forrest was set against Christianity or any type of religion that involves that one God, he would never, ever, ever mentioned he who labours in God, he who teaches a child labours in God's workshop. Boom. He would never, never, never think that that statement needed to enter the thrill of the chase. And yet he says, probably one of the most important things that you could say, he who teaches a child labours in God's workshop. Boom. No religion? Of course there is. What if we go where we believe we will go? Well, I was saying this the other day, I can't remember who to. Might have been on here. Probably on here to street. Hell and heaven. If you're a bad person, there's only one. There's only one place to go, and that would be heaven. If you're a good person, you go to heaven. And if you're a bad person, you go to heaven. Because if you're a bad person, heaven will be hell. It's as simple as that. If you're a bad person and you go to a place that is good, no fun there. No fun there. So heaven would be hell. So there could just be one place, and it's for both. It's for the good people and the bad people. And those bad people, they can't be bad. They can't be bad. No way. So their existence, man, they'd rather be dead. They would rather be dead than live in heaven. So for them, it would be hell. Excuse me. So, spirit.
It's good to have you here, David. And I enjoy your reading so much. I can't wait to get the book, which is in the cart paid so I can read it. Howdy, Sophia and everyone. The spiritual dimensions hold both good and bad spiritual forms. I know. I watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer. One dream had my wife saying, thousands of worlds. Well, there has to be, or supposedly, the alternate realities. And when you think of the possibilities of those alternate realities, there will be millions. Because whatever time I started this at 12 o'clock. It's now 3:53. At any one of those seconds that I started at 12 to 3:53, I could have finished this stream. So just in that space of time, all of them alternate realities. 60 seconds in a minute, and we've had 4 hours of minutes. That's a lot of possibilities. A lot of alternate realities. That's scary, isn't it? So in each place, something different could happen. Multiverse, reincarnation. Yeah, we had a football manager for England, good football manager. And he said that disabled people must have done something bad in a former life to come back disabled, and they sacked him. But isn't that, you should be allowed to think what you think. That's what they say. And then when you say it, they sack you. Husband wants it on e-reader because he can't hold the book open in certain pages. Yeah. If you enter war and your fellow soldiers next to you, what does it matter what the beliefs are? As long as they have your back, they are equal. Yes, the fishing lure. If you've been wise and found the blaze, look quickly down at the fishing line. Picture them treasures. Picture was quite alluring. There is a Kindle version on Amazon. Stop bitching about religion. Who are you talking to, Davey B? You people talk about religion. FF said go to hike, camp, and fish. To go hike, camp, and fish. Yeah, but you see, I don't know that statement, but if I did see that statement, I would have looked up the word hike and expected to find hike, camp, and fish be the same synonym, like the same word. I see different positions, not. So some people see dead people. You see different positions. I won't say what sort of positions, or I won't try to imagine what sort of positions you're talking about. So, simply put, please listen, please. If your soul does not have anybody saying to you, why didn't I think of that? It's wrong. It's that simple. It really is that simple. If your soul does not have anybody saying to you, why didn't I think of that? It's wrong. According to Forest Fenn, the soul has to be that soul. It's a criteria. It's a must. The same as having warm water to hot mail down. The same as not knowing you got the right warm water to hot until you have the chest in your hands.
They are a criteria of solving parts of the poem or all of the poem. And you have to understand them. And if you don't, you're not the finder. Not the solver, not the finder. And if, please, if all you have is finding a chest, you didn't solve the poem. Because it's not about a chest. The poem is, the chest is the lure, and the poem has the answer to everything. So therefore, if you only found a chest, no, you're not the solver. And no, you didn't find a chest if nobody has said, why not I think of that? And the fly is a book, a blaze, a lure. Excuse me. Facts are so much better to stand next to. Well, at least you don't need a crutch. Imagine if we put as much effort into understanding God and Jesus as we do with the chase. I don't know if you put that much effort into understanding the chase, to be fair. I think you pretend you do, but you don't put the effort in. You just want to hear that you're correct, or that Forrest has lied, or that there was no chest, or that Jack is a jerk. Even that makes me laugh, because Jack is a jerk. You know, the synonym of Jack is jerk. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. If you give the solve and everyone goes, oh man, why not I think of that? You won't, there's no convincing needed, because everyone's just gone, why not I think of that? So they already know that whatever it is. Released but not listened to or read or whatever prevents anyone from deciding anything. There is no convincing of anything. Well, if the real solve is out, there is. Trust me. If it is the real solve, it has to be that. There has to be a solve, a simple solve, for a chest. Forrest gave two answers. There is a simple solve that when you hear the answer, you will think, oh, I think of that. And there is a difficult but not impossible solve, totally separate, to do with something else. Maybe the bigger picture, maybe a secret treasure. So if you claim you found a chest, you didn't solve the poem. Two separate things. You found a chest, did part of the poem, but didn't do the thrill of the chase because you didn't have Warm Water's Halt. And those people say they did, well, where's the chest? You won't know that you have the correct Warm Water's Halt until you have the chest in your hands. So therefore you started the thrill of the chase, never knowing you had the right Warm Water's Halt. That's crazy. You know, if you don't listen to Forrest and you did that and say you've solved it, that's crazy. He's telling you that you have not got Begin It Where Warm Water's Halt. He's telling everyone, 9 billion people in the whole world. He's telling everybody, do not start my thrill of the chase until you know Warm Water's Halt. And everybody who claims they found the chest and solved the poem has started the thrill of the chase without that. So like I say, played on a different field, playing your own game, trying to beat other people playing their game. So you're all playing different games, not even playing the same game together, because your solve is different to somebody else's. So they're playing one way, you're playing another way, and it's just a mess over there, a shit show. While the chase is running along nice and smoothly, and I get it. But at some point, you will all stop playing and arguing about who is who in the chase when you hear something come out, whether it be Shiloh with fun and not answers, which I think is impossible, although fun synonym is answers. So basically, you're going to have fun, or fun. So you're going to have fun, or fun means something else, and you're going to have the answer. That's weird, isn't it? Fun means answer means fun is fun. So if you just get fun, then you're just getting the answer. And if you get the answer, you're going to have fun. But if you get the answer, then you might think, oh, why didn't I think of that? If that's the answer, because that's what you need to think, isn't it? You need to think the answer. So if you think the answer and the answer is fun, and fun is the answer, literally the answer, like warm and best and safe and fun and answer and secret. So fun and answers is literally the answer. So your answers and answers or funsers. Answers and answers, fun and fun. And if you get one, you get the other anyway, because it's just a synonym. So even if you just got fun, you would know what the answer was. Literally would know what the answer was if you just got fun. And if you just got answer, then obviously you would know what the answer was. Because words don't mean what you think they do. So you were told you would get fun and answers. You were given the answer, just being told that. Just being told that, and you can't see it, but just being told that, they may as well have said, here's the answer and the answer. 2 answers. Or here's fun and fun. Have I said too much? I think it is funny that people complain and yet won't research or read. They just want to have the solver come out on YouTube so they can constantly interrupt and state whatever they want. Believing in a maverick means more than hoping you are correct. Well done, Davey. Yes, it does. So, we'll continue another day. It's time for prayer and bed. Thanks, for popping in. It is time for bed. It's gone 4:06. Oh, hang on. We could go 4:23 and have DBC and then get Alan Kelly and Ben worked up as to why I finished at 4:23. Hope you have a good night. Free. Peace always. Good night, all. Good night, John Boy. Good night, Mary Ellen. Night, Grandad. What's that for? What is they all? What if they were all real? Run away with my love. That is right. Repent, Frank. Remember your God is watching. Oh no, don't. That's a bit weird. Good night, Sphere. Peace be with you. Yes, good night. One and all. Thank you for being in chat and leaving your comments and making me laugh and making me frustrated and all those other emotions. If they were, then they would be in utopia. Ha, ha, ha. Thanks, me, and all who chatted with me. Yes, I agree. Wholeheartedly. Uh-oh, I have no bananas. Where's my... Is that it? No, that's not it. Where's my hearts and stuff? Oh, I have no hearts and stuff. Why has that happened? Trusted living just as I'm going. What's going on? Satan is there, a god of the Old Testament.
Engage with your audience. Is that it? No. Uh-oh. Start Q&A, start a poll. No, 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 no. I can't find my hearts and stuff. Boo, YouTube, you're shooting. Here's what it is. Thank you very much for your peace and light. Oh yes, no God is watching me. You do not know this detail about any God. Shame on you. Yes, just. And Satan, but not the now Satan. Satan, as the devil is someone else. Well, Hades was supposed to be the devil. Pluto was supposed to be the devil. The devil's supposed to be the devil. Lucifer's supposed to be the devil, or Louis Cypher as it was. All these people are supposed to be the devil. I don't know. I don't know. I am waiting for the next biosphere. What, on Mars? No, Tigger the Satan. The Satan. A noun Satan. So Forrest must have looked up all the words, especially the nouns. The noun. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And once again, I thank you all. You don't have to go home, but you have to get the flock out of here. And I said flock. That's what I used to say when I used to do some DJing. You don't have to go home, but you have to get the flock out of here. Sounds like good. Sounds like a good book, David. Great writing style. Yes. Sounds like a good book. Maybe you should read. Oh no, is that Riddick? Only joking. The Chronicles of Riddick. The snake is the symbol for medicine. It certainly is. It certainly is. And the reason I know that is because I did first aid, but because it's on the Star Trek. It's called Next Generation. When the doors and that to the med bay open, it's got like the twisty snaky thing around it. Thank you, Tigger. Thanks, Trusted. Thanks, Fenn enough. Thank you, Davey B. Thank you, Trusted. Thank you, Dave Paisano, Zozo, and all Sophia, Glenna, all those lurkers that are hiding. Well, I say all of those, there's 17 people, so some of those lurkers. Ciao, ciao, for now. Take care, everyone. Thank you, Major Forest Fenn. It didn't end. Uh-oh. Try that. What do you mean, not yet? I said end.